This is not a valid menu option.
Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal.
More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, welcome back, Truth Seeker. It is Wednesday, February 15th, 2023. As always, lots of things buzzing in the headlines. The deaths of celebrities, a downed helicopter, the aftermath of the Michigan State shooting, chatter of UFO and Chinese spy balloons. The one thing that I really want to point out, and make sure you guys are all aware of this, the Michigan State University, or the Michigan State Spartan shooting of February 13th. Sparta was part of ancient Greece. It was a military-based society where the entire focus of the society was military and physical fitness. And on that same day, it was announced quietly in the news that the U.S. military and the Greek military had began a joint exercise. So on the exact same day as the Spartan shooting, again, the cooperation of the U.S. and Greek militaries. And as we've talked about for years, as I've written a book about, mass shootings and the number 44. Again, in Gematria, the Kabbalistic practice of coding numbers into words, shooting equals 44, as does military, as do words like execution and kill. And again, this latest shooting on the 44th day of the year, February 13th. And recall the last Michigan shooting. By the way, Michigan also equals 44. But the last Michigan shooting that got big attention in the news was the Oxford High School shooting. And that was exactly 440 days earlier, 440. But just think about it. Think about ancient Sparta, which educated its people to have this military mindset. And think about how that reflects with the post-9/11 era and the constant conditioning of why we need a domestic surveillance state, why we need less rights and liberties to keep us safe from threats. And think about how pretty much every police department in the nation has become a lot more militarized, from the body armor the officers wear to the armored vehicles they now possess. But seriously, what are the odds? And again, if you've been following me from the beginning, when I first started, one of the first videos I ever put out on YouTube was about how if you look into the history of television, all of the original news anchors that were on TV were military educated. Every single news anchor on the original days of television had a military background. And again, when you really think about the United States of America, it kind of is a giant military empire. It's been at war for nearly every year of its existence. But if you start to think about it, everything is a military operation, because the state is a military empire with militaristic goals. And again, a lot of those have to do with world dominance and controlling resources and controlling the world. Again, after the world wars, all nations' currencies became pegged to ours. But seriously, think about that. What are the odds of a Michigan State Spartan shooting on the day that's put in the news that we've begun a joint exercise with Greece with our military? There's a lot more that can be said about it. Again, you learn this Gematria. You can see through the headlines each day. And rather than go on about all the things I've already gone on about this week, if you are newer to my program, I like to keep this as more of a participation show and take callers rather than rehash what I've already covered throughout the week. But I do have a YouTube channel. GematriaEffectNews 25 is the channel I mostly post on, as long as it's not suspended or deleted. Again, I don't like the number 25. I've just had to climb that high in channels because of all the deletions and suspensions. Again, in the same time there's been a war on the Second Amendment, there's been a war on the First Amendment right alongside of it. And think about that with Sandy Hook. They're saying one of the students at Michigan State also survived the Sandy Hook shooting because, you know, those children are of college age now. But anyhow, as I've been covering day after day, news by the numbers, and rather than just rehash it all on this radio program, I prefer to take your guys' calls. So I am going to start it early with the call board. If you guys have any stories you got a question about or something you want to share, it's open mic night as it always is. And, you know, in the past I've tried to have topic-oriented shows, but nobody ever calls in on topic. So we'll just keep it open mic. That way less of my hair is turned gray. And first in line tonight is, you know what? Rambo's in line. I'm going to see if Rambo's ready to go tonight. Because if he's ready to go, we can just start right now with Rambo. Rambo, are you ready or are you still finishing up your post? Well, he might expect me to just come to him after the break because he's not responding. We'll come back to Rambo after the break. Nevada, you are up first, 702.
Hey, Zach, I am first. This is Tim.
Hey, what's up, Tim?
Hey, how was the movie? You said you were going to watch. You want to talk about that for a minute?
Well, I did not finish the movie, but I laughed because right when they have the again for people who are not uncertain about what Tim's asking me about, again the whole thing going on in East Palestine, Ohio. The news media has made it abundantly clear that a lot of the people in that town just participated in the filming of a movie about a chemical spill from a train, and again. The movie released August 31st. The accident happened a span of 157 days later. Accident equals 157 in Gematria. That's the 37th prime. Train equals 37. They released the chemicals on the 37th day of the year. Chemicals equals 37. And if instead of doing the span of days, you could also say from the day the movie released to the accident was 156 days later. And the chemical that is spilling from the train and has created this great big black cloud, the gematria of that chemical equals 156. It's also perfectly synced with the book that the movie's based on and the author who wrote it. Again, I did put out a video on this on my channel, but anyhow, I did start to watch the movie. I'm about 50 minutes in. I have a little more than an hour left to watch, but it's at about the 42-minute mark in the film that they have the emergency of the evacuate the town. Police are driving down the street with the sirens on and saying, evacuate the town, deadly chemicals in the air. And while the main family that the movie's focused on, and the main father in the film, he at the nearby college, he teaches this class on Nazism, which is also interesting. But at about 42 and a half minutes as they're evacuating their house, it zooms in on the son's book collection, and all of his books are about the occult, witchcraft, demonic forces. It's just like, look, I mean, don't people see it? And by the way, that film also does start with Don Cheadle, who's another teacher in the school, talking about the art of staging the crash as they do in films and cinema. And again, in light of how perfect the movie release is with the ritual going on in East Palestine, you kind of get the joke if your eyes are open about why the film starts that way. But yeah, I still have to finish it, and who knows what's to come, but that's the update.
All right. Yeah, just more propaganda, I guess.
By the way,
All right.
one more thing. Somebody in the chat just says, "What about the El Paso mass shooting going on right now?" And at first I was thinking, are they talking about the El Paso mass shooter from 2019 who just pleaded guilty to killing 23 people to start 2023? Again, in Gematria, El Paso equals 23. The shooting happened on August 3rd, 2019, but right now there is a gunman at large after a shooting in an El Paso shopping mall. So I'll look more into that, but I do find that suspicious. It is just days after the El Paso gunman pleaded guilty. So
All right, let me give you a break. I want to talk about, okay, so sports is becoming more, or sports betting is becoming more legal. It just became legal recently in Ohio, and so anyways, I just want to talk about my experience I'm here in Vegas, and I just want people to know, like, the house always wins, and they're very shady. I'm gonna just talk about one thing with the Super Bowl, okay? So anyways, I'm in line, and I wanted to bet the line. I think it was like -1.5 for Kansas City, and there's a thing called buying and selling points. Basically, it increases your payout, because I like Kansas City to win, but they would not let me buy any points, meaning I can't get it at -1. I can only get it at -1 or +1.5, but I can't get it at -1.5 or -2.5. But they did have a prop bet. I could do -3.5, and that kind of got me annoyed, because I'm thinking, well, why? It's like they already knew the script. But on top of that, during halftime, and I'm at William Hill at the Arizona Charlie's, the big sports book. And so anyways, on the board during halftime, the Chiefs were down, by 10, and on the board it said +300, and I'm like, all right, let me get some of this juicy +300 at the halftime, And at halftime, the Windows was down, their system was broke, the machine where you would go to maybe do it through the machine, that was down. And then I was thinking, all right, well, let me look on my app, because I got a BetMGM app. Same thing, it's locked up. And it didn't turn back on, so to say, until the beginning of the third quarter. And by then, the payout was dropping like gravity. It was like +250, +200, and I got in at +200. I'm not complaining, because I've already made a lot of money here in Vegas using Gematria, but it's just like the casinos. They just know they're very shady. They're very suspect, and people just have to be careful, because Gematria is good, but you can't be a degenerate. You have to be smart, and you have to be like wise as a serpent, and like harmless as a dove, because they are out to just rip your heart out.
that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. But this knowledge will definitely help. Shout out to Kayla. Kayla did like the Chiefs all playoffs. Again, we did put in our future for the Chiefs on August 24th, the day Len Dawson died. I did advise my community take the over in the Chiefs, and I said you might want to wait till halftime, because I have a feeling it's going to be a comeback. And again, it sounds like you won on the comeback, but then you went for the +3.5, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that hurt you. So.
Well, I got them at the money line, but even at halftime, think about it. Patrick Mahomes is driving. He got that really quick touchdown. So I was at the machine putting my money in, and the line's like at +250, +220. I'm like, I got in at like +180, +200, somewhere around there, which is fine. I don't care, I mean, it was money that I used to fix my car, because my AC needs recharge. So I wasn't going crazy with it, but I just want people to realize that Vegas, the house always wins, and they know the script. They gave out 2,000 props in a little booklet, and you look through these props after the game, and you're just like, how do they know?
Well, we already know that. Again, the games are scripted, and it's all again.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're telling us what we already know, Tim. And again, like I told people all year, is Vegas really going to pay out on a Eagles Super Bowl after ESPN told everybody and their mom for a whole week straight after Week 3 of the NFL season to bet the Eagles to win the Super Bowl? I mean, that's all NFL Live was about for a whole week. The Eagles will win the Super Bowl. The Eagles will win the Super Bowl. Again, ESPN kind of set everybody up for that late last game of the season heartbreak for all the people. I'm sure millions of people. I mean, you watched ESPN before the Super Bowl. Almost everybody coming on there, magicians and everything, saying the Eagles were going to win. And again, for all the people who haven't figured out it's rigged, I mean that's part of the deception, getting you to go place those bets on the wrong side. So. Anyhow, appreciate it, Tim. Thanks, man. Okay, let's go out to Memphis, Tennessee. What's up, Memphis?
Hey, Zach.
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, not much, man. It was really crazy over here during the Tyree thing. You know, I just don't understand why people are not waking up to this stuff now. But I actually went by Starbucks, and I went by like the Old Court Mall in Memphis. And they were all like saying they closed down, and I was like, "This is just like bullshit. They just want us to stay home and make our Amazon orders, and just stay home and don't get any vitamin D from the sun." I don't understand why people are not seeing through this.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, so. You can tell by the way I'm talking, I'm all for this, about waking people up. But I mean, like, I know sharing the information, but I mean, like, when are we going to start actually taking action? When are we?
So, as you asked that, did he come out to Oklahoma City last year? Did he come out to New York? Did he come out to any of the cities I just drove through?
Oh, I didn't get to make it out there.
All right, well.
I live in Memphis, Tennessee.
Well, other people live in other places. They came out. So come out next time. Appreciate it, man.
No.
Appreciate it. I don't want to hear any more of the call. When are we going to do something? Have you shown up to anything? I mean, this is the problem. When are we going to do something? I've been out trying to get people to do things. Oh, well, I live in Tennessee. Well, guess what? People traveled from further places than Tennessee. Don't call and ask me when we're going to do something. I'm frustrated because I'm out making big sacrifices and hardly anyone else is coming out. Next. What's up, 980?
Hey, what's going on, Zach, buddy? You been all right?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much, man. Just calling me and really basically listening, waiting on Rambo. But one thing, you was perfect on that Super Bowl. I just tell you thanks for that one, because I just play FanDuel. I ain't winning but $100, but it wasn't no big, but I don't play for no big money and nothing like that. So nice looking on that. But basically, I'm standing by listening to the show, but just a little message to your listeners. They ought to really start paying attention to these numbers more and more, because if you pay attention to these numbers, you'll start realizing everything is running through these numbers, and you actually have to stay away from these crowds. These big crowded events is basically time to stop even watching them damn games. I don't watch them games. I just bet on them now. I don't even watch that shit. You got to quit giving them people your energy. So, like I said, I'm just basically listening to it, but just a word to the wise. They ought to see these people's agenda is trying to play out. They're going after every single right that you have. So, I don't know what they do. I constantly get artillery.
Indeed.
I'm just being honest. I'm being honest with you. But go ahead, brother. I just was listening. It's easier to listen on the phone. That's why I put it on the phone. So I was just here to show and let you know I'm always listening, though, bro. You have a good one, man.
Appreciate that. You too. Thank you. Congrats on the win.
Oh, no doubt.
All right, let's go out to George. What's up, George? George, you're super quiet. George, I'll come back to you when you got it figured out. Let's go out to 818. What's up, 818?
Hey, Zach. How's it going? Have you heard of CJ So Cool? He's a YouTuber.
Uh-uh.
You know who he is?
Uh-uh.
Hello?
No, I don't know what it is.
You don't? Well, okay. This dude, he has like 8 million subscribers, pretty popular on YouTube. The thing is, they try to kill him, and it was done by the numbers. He's 33 years old. His birthday is 1/12/2023. If you add up some of those numbers, you get 36, which is 666, the 3 sixes, and then 56, Society of Jesus. His name's CJ So Cool. In ordinal is 92, and reduction is 29. So it's inverse, like they do, like they satanics likes to do. CJ is reverse equals 41, and reverse reduction equals 14. So that's also inverse. His birthday is on March 29th, 2023, and he got shot in full. And his whole name is Cordell James Brady, and reduction it's 77. And he got shot. When he got shot, they tried to kill him. It was 77 days before his birthday. So it's pretty clear they tried to kill him by the numbers, but they didn't kill him. He fought back. He shot him back. They ended up running out. So they shot him. They shot his legs, and so he shot at them, and they took off. So my question is, do you see this often? Do you see it often where they try to kill people by the numbers, but they fail, like in this instance?
I haven't really made many observations about that, no.
Yeah, so that's what happened. And yeah, so I was wondering. I mean, because they clearly, the numbers are there. But yeah, they failed. They failed to kill him. And so my question was, are they going to keep trying to kill him? Like after they tried once, are they going to try again, or they're just going to leave him alone?
I don't know.
I
don't know. I have no idea. Appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
Mm.
Have a good night.
All
right. 562. What's up, 562?
Hey, Zach. Thanks for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, what's up?
Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I am grateful, man, for what you do. Okay? So I want you to just relax on that. There are some people that are really grateful for what you do. And the second thing I want to say before I get off, I'm glad it's open mic, is as far as waking people up, it's super, super hard to try to wake up anybody in the police department, the fire department, any county workers, anybody on disability, anybody who is dependent on the system. You might as well forget about it. Anyway, I'll let you get to the other callers.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Take it easy.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good night. All right, let's go out to 208. 208, you're on.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Zach? How you doing this evening?
Doing all right.
Good. Yeah, I was just looking at the East Palestine. That's crazy with the White Noise movie and all that stuff that's going on with all that. How you been?
Doing all right. What's on your mind?
I just want to know what's on your mind. I'll flow with you, man. I'm on topic. I'm whatever you want me to be.
Well, it's open mic night. I mean, I don't want to tell you what to talk about. What's on your mind?
So we just had we had Juju Schuster-Smith showed up in a dress because America's a bunch of women, because there's no real men in America to stand up to the tyranny. So I thought it was kind of ironic that Juju Schuster-Smith was born on the 33rd anniversary of the JFK assassination. And you know how many days he was born after JFK? 6666. Does anybody know what that number means? I thought that was kind of ironic.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
So here's another one for you. I know your channel's all about the Jesuits. So we have the Vatican country code is 379, and the third letter of the alphabet's 3 is C, and the 7th letter is G, and the 9th letter is I, like CGI, because they call their telescope the Lucifer, and they're CGI-ing faking space. I thought that was kind of ironic.
Okay.
Don't you think? I'm just trying to talk with you. I could blow your mind if you would be open to some of the stuff I have to say. I'm not trying to say any certain thing, but I have a ton of information. And I know Itachi Decodes 2 has blocked me from your channel for some reason or another. I'm not sure what it is.
Well, I'm trying to be nice to you, but here's the
something
thing. I mean, I didn't know that he blocked you, but then you're on my phone spamming my text and threatening to have my Patreon page taken down. I mean, so it's like, and then you call in and like, hey, what's on your mind? It's just like, well, I guess what's on my mind is, why are you even calling in?
Well, because I'm trying to get the truth out to people, because we're truth
By
seekers,
threatening other
and
people?
I'm trying to find the truth. I'm trying to find the truth with people.
Okay,
I'm
well,
trying
create
to-
your own
trying to
platform and get the
truth
word out
to
instead of
people.
threaten other people you learn from. Have a good one. All right. Yeah, that guy, I mean, some of the stuff's interesting, but he's also like a mental case. I mean, I should show you my phone. He got my phone number. He just spams away all this crap all day. It's like, I don't even know what's going on. I didn't know he's blocked, but he's freaking out. He's like, I'm going to get your Patreon taken down. It's like, okay, what did I do to you? God. Can you say mental illness? Anyway, the commercial is coming up. We'll be right back, and we'll have Rambo on, who doesn't make our head hurt, unlike that last caller. So sit tight.
You're never, ever, ever, ever going to feel like doing the things you need to do in order to have what you want. You're always going to need to push yourself. You're always going to need to parent yourself. So what is the net advice on this? What is the bottom line? The bottom line is no one's coming. No one. No one's coming to push you. No one's coming to tell you to turn the TV off. No one's coming to tell you to get out the door and exercise. Nobody's coming to tell you to apply for that job that you've always dreamt about. Nobody's coming to write the business plan for you. It's up to you. And because you're only ever going to do the things that you feel like doing right now, that feel good right now, unless you understand that you've got to parent yourself, you've got to push yourself, you're not going to make your dreams come true. You're just not.
The reviews for Extendivite are amazing. Here are some from Amazon. By Christine, great for heart palpitations. By Anne, before I started using this product, every afternoon my ankles and my hands would be swollen. That doesn't happen anymore. So if that part of their advertising is true, I have to assume that the rest of it is also. Not to mention that when I had my yearly blood test, only a few weeks after beginning to use this product, my cholesterol had dropped over 30 points. I'm going to continue to take it. By Croc, I love this product. It really works. By Brad, works great, thank you. Tell us your story. Get your Extendivite today. To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendivite.
Travis Cook, America's Evil Genius, here to invite you to join us every Tuesday afternoon here on Truth Frequency Radio. No, on our show you will not see a bunch of three-piece suits or a cocktail party, and you certainly won't see a bunch of inside the Beltway banter. But you will see eye-gouging, crotch-kicking, no-holds-barred political discussion, the likes of which you won't see anywhere else in media. America's Evil Genius. We come to you every Tuesday from the outskirts of war-torn St. Louis, Missouri, where there's always a good race riot or sex scandal just around the corner. Join us every Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central, at noon on the left coast right here on TFRLive.com. America's Evil Genius, Travis Cook, on TruthFrequencyRadio.com.
No hate, no hype, no fear. We are TFR, your protection from deception.
All right, we're back, True Seeker, and it is that Rambo time slot. And here he is. How you doing, Rambo?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right.
All right, good. Thanks again. All right, the title of my decode is Super Bowl 57. Rihanna and Damar Hamlin confirmed as birth and rebirth symbols, which is what I had said they were, but it was confirmed at the Super Bowl. And so, yeah, as the title suggests, these are two principal characters at the Super Bowl who were not involved in the actual Super Bowl, but nonetheless, because of the ritual significance of the Super Bowl, and they had already been, even before this, they had been major symbols of, this is what I said, a birth and rebirth. And this was at the home of the Cardinals. So the Super Bowl was held at State Farm Stadium, which is the home of the Arizona Cardinals. And cardinal is an important term, which I explained it before, but I'll explain it again. To put it in context, it's an astrology term. The term cardinal, it's an astrology term, but I figured it would play into this somehow. And so yeah, I put a link to my video if anyone hasn't seen. I did. I wouldn't say I predicted Rihanna would be in the Super Bowl, but I said that she would be the best person to be in the Super Bowl as a halftime performer, given her symbolism, and just given. So I guess that was 3 months before she was named. So I put a link to that video, and the main thing was this cardinal theme. It's the home of the Cardinals, and in astrology, cardinal is very significant. And I also did the Damar Hamlin decodes, where I explained that the whole episode was consistent with the third-degree Master Mason initiation ceremony, which is based off of the mythology of ancient Egypt. And ancient Egypt's mythology really emphasizes the equinoxes, the spring equinox and the fall, autumnal equinox. And that's what that was about. And that's what Damar Hamlin was representing. And it was confirmed. So Damar Hamlin is a rebirth symbol, and Rihanna is a major birth symbol. So I'll explain what the cardinal cross is. It's pretty much, it's the cycle of the sun. The equinoxes, the sun at its highest point and the sun at its lowest point in the solstices. And the cardinal cross is made up of 4 signs that are called cardinal signs. Cancer is a cardinal sign. A cardinal sign begins a season. That's why it's called. A cardinal means it's birthing. That's why it's a birthing cross. It's beginning. It's initiatory energy. It's rising, ascending energy. That's why it's so central to so many rituals. Ancient Egypt, basically, it's even in Christianity, it is part of the Jesus narrative. At the heart of it, it is that rising energy. So Cancer begins the summer, and that's the sign of the summer solstice. Directly opposite Cancer on the 12-signed pie chart of the tropical zodiac, directly opposite Cancer is Capricorn. Capricorn starts the winter, begins winter. They form an axis. Libra begins the fall. And directly opposite Libra is Aries, and Aries is the most significant sign. Because Aries is opposite Cancer, they form the other axis, and the cross that they form on the zodiacal pie chart is the cardinal cross. These 4 signs are called the cardinal signs. It's birthing energy. And the reason I say Aries is so significant is because in astrology, Aries is considered the first sign. It rules the first house. It's sign number 1. It doesn't just begin spring, it begins the whole cycle. So that makes Aries the ultimate cardinal sign. And so that's the cardinal cross. And another name for the cardinal cross is St. George's Cross, which is, it's best known, best recognized as the flag of England. It's, flag of England, it's white with a red cross on it. That is St. George's Cross, which is the cardinal cross, which is zodiacal. It's those four signs. And St. George's Cross, well, the gematria of St. George is 57. Remember the Super Bowl being held at the home of the Cardinals. St. George is 57. It's Super Bowl 57. George equals 57. This reference, these are occulted zodiacal references. So the Damar Hamlin incident, on-field cardiac arrest. Again, I put a link to I did a video on that. There's a link to my video. I also have a link to the article on it, how I explained in detail why the Damar Hamlin cardiac arrest on Monday Night Football on January 2nd in Cincinnati, how it's synchronized with the York Rite Third Degree Master Mason initiation ceremony, which is what they do is they enact a Freemason allegory, and the Freemason allegory is based on the ancient Egyptian myth of Osiris, who is a vegetation god, but vegetation is related to the sun. Osiris is killed in the fall at the time of Libra. He goes to the underworld, the winter solstice. Osiris is resurrected in the spring, but he's resurrected in the form of Horus. And that is the time of Aries. And Damar Hamlin was the perfect candidate for this kind of ritual because he is an Aries. He represents the rebirth of the sun. Aries represents resurrection. And that's what Damar Hamlin is. He's a resurrection figure, that's an Osiris figure, that's a Hiram Abiff figure, that's a Jesus figure. The rebirth of the sun, the resurrection of the sun. So, Hiram Abiff in legend in the Freemason third degree Master Mason ceremony. He initially dies. That's where the kneeling card played. They kneel. That's where all the kneeling is. That's why there's so much kneeling, because that's what they do in the third degree Master Mason ritual. But after Hiram Abiff died, he's resurrected, which that's what Damar Hamlin represents. That part they didn't do, I guess, in public. Maybe they must have done it somewhere else, or other ways I haven't noticed. Basically, the candidate lies on the ground, and they are pulled up to represent the sun being resurrected. They're pulled up by the grip of the lion's paw. It's a special hand sign, handshake grip. It's a special grip. That represents the sun coming back, and that's Horus. That's a resurrection of Hiram Abiff, and so that's what Hiram Abiff represents. And so Damar Hamlin, that's another thing too. Hiram Abiff, the name Hiram Abiff, it comes from Hiram of Tyre, who built the architect of Solomon's temple. Even Christianity says Hiram, but it doesn't say Abiff. And so Abiff is a Freemason term. And what is Abiff? Well, Hiram Abiff means high ram above. And what's the ram? Aries. Which is Damar Hamlin is an Aries. The zodiac sign of Aries is represented by a ram. And this is the ultimate initiatory birth, rebirth. So maybe they are either trying to birth an energy, or you could say they're trying to birth a new age. Maybe an actual person, an entity is being born, a new era. But this is that's what these rituals all point to, like the rebirth. Not just a birth, a rebirth. That means something's being born again that was born before. And so that's high ram above. That means that's where you get Hiram Abiff. That's ram. That's Aries. And Damar Hamlin's an Aries. And so Damar Hamlin appeared at the Super Bowl, which is, I guess, is to be expected since he's such a central figure. He defines this NFL season, so he had to be at the Super Bowl. But he was there in in interesting fashion. He had a varsity style jacket, and on it there was a depiction of a crucified Christ. This is consistent with him as a resurrection figure. Now they're just putting it out there. It's, that's what I said. Now it's just blatant. Now he shows up with a Jesus symbolism on it. And it's not flattering depictions of Jesus. It's not something that a Christian would wear. It's not something that somebody would wear in praise of Jesus. It appears to be more of a mockery. And it says like it's cartoons. On the front of the jacket, it's kind of like a mangled. It says Jesus on the cross, and his face is it's done in artistic fashion with colors and shapes, but it's basically Christ on the cross, but it doesn't look very flattering. And there's really only one person who has. I'm sure multiple people. The NFL is full of Christians who would be offended by that, but the only one the media is focusing on is Adrian Peterson, the veteran running back. He's the only one he's being highlighted as the opponent, the one calling out Lamar Hamlin for blasphemy. He calls it blasphemy. That's the word that Adrian Peterson used. I'm sure he's not the only one who doesn't like it, but he's the one they're highlighting is Adrian Peterson. Now, the name of the design on the jacket of Damar Hamlin is Travis Jesus. And the artist, he's a Japanese artist. His name is Takashi Murakami. And of course, he's been catapulted to more fame than he already has. He's already very famous and successful. And now, after the Super Bowl, they've used that to advertise him, Takashi Murakami. And the jacket now on eBay. I just went on eBay just like an hour ago. I was on eBay, and it's $6,500 for the jacket, the varsity jacket that Damar Hamlin wore with this design, the Travis Jesus design. And so I'll give this an example of how this is consistent. It's not just here, and it shows how multiple entities are conscious of this very, these ritual themes, these esoteric themes that I've been pointing out. And I go back to 1998 when former Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Randall Cunningham, he was not with the Eagles at the time. He came in as a sensation in the NFL. Then his career kind of dipped, and then he had this comeback late in his career. This was back in 1998 with the Vikings, and Sports Illustrated had a cover with Randall Cunningham. This was in his comeback year when he had a sensational year in 1998. They're actually favorites to win the whole thing. Now, it's important to note that Randall Cunningham is an Aries. He was born March 27th, and Sports Illustrated, with Randall Cunningham on the cover, titled the issue Born Again. Now, Born Again, that's a resurrection term. They're fully conscious of what they're doing. They know he's an Aries. They know Aries is about resurrection, the rebirth of the sun. So they put an Aries on the cover, and it's Born Again. And then you can see why an Aries would have a Jesus symbol, which Hamlin did, but not in a flattering way. But so the Randall Cunningham example is important to show that this is ongoing, and it's not just here. There are multiple examples, and this confirms it. All this can't be a coincidence. And so I gave an image of the jacket, and it's called Travis Jesus, and it is believed that he's referring to Travis Scott. So there are more layers to this Decode. The Travis Scott, he had the well-known concert tragedy, the Astroworld tragedy. And if he's referring to Travis Scott, then that's relevant as well to this. And 37 is a key number. When Damar Hamlin collapsed on Monday Night Football in Cincinnati with the Buffalo Bills, the score was 7-3, or you could say 3-7, 3-7, 73. Like the numbers 37 and 73. And those were central to the Decode. Hiram Abiff, some say 73, as does Osiris. Hiram Abiff is based off of Osiris, 73. But the Super Bowl also, it was synchronized with the Damar Hamlin event because of the final score, 38-35, was a total of 73. So this season was defined by the Damar Hamlin event. That was the defining incident. Damar Hamlin, he defines the season. He's like a signature for this NFL season. Yeah, the season ended with a 73-point score. And it was 7-3 when he left the field at that incident. Now, the name of the art piece that he wore on his jacket, Travis Jesus, is 37. So Travis Jesus, 37, and Damar Hamlin wears Travis Jesus when it was 37 when he left the field. Also named Travis is 73. Again, many people feel like this it's very likely a reference to Travis Scott. That incident may be part of it. Adrian Peterson, although multiple people are more than likely protesting, there are very many Christians in the NFL. But he's the only one who's been highlighted in the media. And why are they picking Adrian Peterson? Well, you look at Adrian Peterson's birthday when you understand the whole ritual. He was born at the vernal equinox. He was born on March 21st. Adrian Peterson is an Aries. And Adrian Peterson is 37 years old. 37, that key number to the Damar Hamlin incident. So he's a 37-year-old born at the vernal equinox in Aries. That's why he's the one being highlighted. And the name of the artist who made the Travis Jesus piece, Takashi Murakami, has Gematria 57. And now he's made his big entry onto the world stage at Super Bowl 57. So I guess that was in the cards for him. Now, Rihanna is not part of the cardinal cross as far as the zodiac. It's Cancer, Capricorn, Libra, Aries. Rihanna's none of those, but nonetheless, she is the preeminent birth symbol. This was Super Bowl 57, and 57. This is like the main thing that led me to feel that she should be the most appropriate halftime performer. Was the number 57? Because when I see 57 in Gematria, it's a birth number, and in Gematria, birth is 57, and birth ritual is 57. Childbirth is 57. And again, there's a Jesus theme here with Damar Hamlin's resurrection, but also remember when this season started. It started on September 8th, which is the nativity of the Virgin Mary. It's the nativity of the mother of Jesus. So they've been doing a Jesus birth, rebirth theme at the start of the season and ending it. And they've ended the season with the Jesus theme. Mother of Jesus. Who's the mother of Jesus? Mary, 57. The phrase mother of Jesus is 57. So this is what Super Bowl 57 was about. But I mean, not so much as far as the winners and who would win, but this is the overarching theme, which football was used as a vehicle to put out whatever vibration they're doing. And this was at the birth theme, which Rihanna was. Her pregnancy was realistically the only other celebrity pregnancy that had as much publicity arguably was Diana before she gave birth to William. And the royal pregnancies usually have, but it's an unprecedented amount of energy and focus was put on her pregnancy. And that's why when I saw 57, that's the first thing I thought. The Super Bowl uses Roman numerals, so 57 LVII. Well, in Gematria, LVII is 52 and 25, which that was part of the indication that Rihanna would be the halftime performer, and that's because was birthing in the overarching theme. Of course, this is sports, this is pop culture, this is mainstream news and politics. Roe v. Wade, the abortion law, and when was Roe v. Wade officially repealed? It was June 24th. And what's significant about June 24th? That's the birthday of John the Baptist. And what does a Baptist do? When you're baptized, you're reborn. You're born again. It's a Christian term. And that's the day they chose. This is the birthing theme. That's how powerful the birthing theme is for them. That they chose to repeal a birth-related, what does repeal of Roe v. Wade mean? It means there'll be more births. There'll be fewer abortions and more births. So there's more birth on the day of John the Baptist. When you're baptized, you're born again. That was different. But before that, they leaked the decision, and that was on May 2nd, which is like 25, LVII 25, or 2nd May, 5-2 or 25. On that very day that they leaked it, May 2nd or 2nd May, at the annual Met Gala, which Rihanna did not attend, in New York City, they portrayed Rihanna in a marble statue as the Greek goddess Irene. And Irene is significant because Irene, the name of the goddess Irene was given to a moon of Jupiter. And the Jupiter moon Irene is also named Jupiter LVII, just like Super Bowl 57. So that was the clincher for me. And that's Rihanna as a birth symbol. And she was pregnant in marble statue in the midst of a Greek pantheon. So just to illustrate the level of figure that Rihanna is, she's being portrayed in a pantheon of gods and goddesses. So 52 is also related. Fluid is 52. It's a water-related flood. John the Baptist, you're baptized in water. The decision was leaked. Roe v. Wade, you row in water, you wade in water. So birth is, water is creation. Even in science says that evolution started in the ocean. First you had the ocean, then you had life forms that came out of the ocean. So water has to do with creation and birth, amniotic fluid. So flood, 5225, fluid, 5225, amniotic fluid, fertility is 52, so May 2nd. That's why May 2nd was chosen as a day to leak water reference, the decision to repeal Roe v. Wade by the Supreme Court. That's when Rihanna was displayed at the Met Gala. And she wore a jersey, after she'd already been announced as a Super Bowl halftime reporter, she wore a jersey, a silver football jersey with the number 25 on it. And there's a lot more 25 and 52 with her. But at the Super Bowl halftime stage, which was not very symbol heavy as other Beyonce, Madonna, some of those more highly publicized halftime shows, they were heavy in symbolism. And there was a lot, people decoded them left and right. This was relatively austere compared to those. But the key there was the colors of the cardinal cross, which is the birth cross, which was red and white. And the stage itself, it was a stylized cardinal cross. And it's similar to the, I'd make another cross which is similar to this would be the Chevrolet logo, where the vertical leg of the cross is much, much shorter than the horizontal. But that's what this was red and white of the cardinal cross. And those are the colors of the cardinal cross, and the stage was a cardinal cross. And that's a birthing cross. That's an initiatory cross. And again, it's the 4 zodiac signs: Aries, Libra, Cancer, Capricorn. And I did not expect this at all. That Rihanna revealed, she didn't say it herself officially, but it was a reveal that she's having another child and she's pregnant again. So I know she was a birth figure. I didn't know it to this extent, that she'd give birth and then immediately proceed to get pregnant again. I didn't see that coming, but yeah, this emphasizes the fact, it's a confirmation, Rihanna as a birth symbol. And the question is, why all this birthing symbol and rebirth? But that's what it was. And so her partner, who is said to be the father of her children, is A$AP Rocky. And A$AP Rocky is, he's part of the Cardinal Cross. He's a Libra. There is a possibility, it looks like, realistically, that the child could end up being born at the time of Libra, which is the last week of September through to the first 3 weeks of October. There's a chance that her next child could be Libra. So Libra is very important to Cardinal Cross. I talked about it with last week. I talked about these Hiram Abiff rituals. Libra is the time of the sun setting on the year. So all these allegorical figures at the time of Libra, like Hiram Abiff, who dies at the time of Libra, and Osiris dies at the time of Libra. So when you have a ritual like that, like George Floyd, which is a sunset ritual, it took 8:46 minutes for him to die, and the sun set in Minneapolis at 8:46. And that's when the kneeling really became prominent, when they were kneeling in protest of police brutality for George Floyd, the mayor of Minneapolis, the Jacob Fry, he famously knelt, and then just the way Freemasons do in the initiation ceremony, the Master Mason, he knelt at the golden coffin of George Floyd. Well, George Floyd is a Libra, so that's how he fits in. He's born October 14th, 14. Osiris was chopped into 14 pieces in legend. So the birthday of George Floyd is perfect. That's absolutely perfect for it. A Libra born on the 14th for an Osiris ritual, that is a perfect birthday. So, yeah, so another 37th, because remember the score 3-7 when DeMar Hamlin left the game. A$AP Rocky some to 37. So he ties in with. That's why he's at the Super Bowl with Damar Hamlin, and he ties into the Cardinal Cross, and he's obviously connected to Rihanna, and so A$AP Rocky, his full name actually has a double overlap with the name of the controversial Jesus piece, Travis Jesus. So A$AP Rocky and Travis Jesus, the name of that artwork, both 37 and 134. Yeah, and those were the rituals of the Super Bowl that were away from the game.
Yeah, very interesting. And yeah, again, excellent prediction on Rihanna. You were on that way before it was announced. Have you seen that according to Google, the youngest birth in history was a girl who was 5 years and 7 months old?
Oh, wow, that's a good one. I did not know that, but that confirms the number. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you just go to Google right now and type in here. What is the youngest age of birth in history? Let me see. 5 years, 7 months. Lena Marcella Medina. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Ella, and I'm 10 years old. I'm one of the millions of children born to parents suffering from the sheeple virus. Symptoms include the inability to think for oneself, the attention span of a goldfish, and a strong belief in government and the mainstream media. It is estimated that 1 out of every 2 children are being raised by parents infected with the sheeple virus. But there is a cure. For as little as 19 cents per day, you can become a TFR supporter and help children like me get their daily dose of truth. Together, we will make sure every child has protection from deception.
Proverbs 4:20. Your lungs are now filling up with chronic. Oh, I know what that means. COVID-19. Get out of my lungs. COVID-19. Get out of my body. Get out of here. You don't rule me. And all the symptoms came on me. And I started chilling. And I smiled, I said, you can't put that on me. And the nurse, it hurt to bigger than my smile. Elbow, I call you well. Back, I call you well. Knees, I call you well. Feet, I call you well. Kidneys, I call you well. Bladder, I call you well. Stomach, I call you well. Intestines, I call you well. COVID-19, get out of my lungs. COVID-19, get out of my body. Get out of here. That devil comes up there. Well, you're not healed. You got COVID-19. COVID-19? Let the word fight its own fight. Here, Satan. Hold this. They said I'm better thing. Well, that's COVID-19 for somebody. Now then, I have some videos I want you to watch. COVID-19! Get out of my lungs! COVID-19! Get out of my body! Get out of here! Hey, Nico Blue, Palestino, or Palestino, get out of here! COVID-19! Get out of my lungs! COVID-19!
This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network. TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
This is not a
Condition
valid menu
orange.
option.
Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal.
More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back, True Seeker. We got interrupted by those pesky commercials. I know a lot of you guys hate the new Remix Bros thing they're doing on Truth Frequency Radio, but hey, it could be worse. Again, I just want to make that point as you're going to commercial. I mean, if you look it up, the youngest birth, 5 years and 7 months, and Marty had the comment in the chat, he goes, I'm sure that the baby looked just like the father. But, God, I mean, is that real? Can a 5-year-old have a child? But, I mean, look it up. Lena Marcela Medina de Gerardo. The child was born September 23rd, 1933. And that day always has a strong 52 connection. Rambo was just making the point about 52 and water and giving birth. Also, in light of Rambo talking about the Travis Jesus jacket, the word Travis means to cross. And Rambo brought up the point about Travis Scott. And remember, his concert stage was a giant cross. It was an upside-down cross. To cross Jesus. Interesting. And also, just with regards to the Eagles and parallels, the last time the Eagles won the Super Bowl, they lost it this year, but the last 2 Super Bowls they've been in, the Astros have also been in the World Series. The Astro World Festival, where Travis Scott had the tragedy, was in Houston. And then the other parallel I'm drawing, just thinking about things, is, again, the statue Rambo's talking about, is it was honoring her as a Greek goddess. And the last time the Eagles were in the Super Bowl, we had the Stoneman Douglas Eagles shooting right after on Valentine's Day. And then this year, we had the mass shooting at Michigan State on the eve of Valentine's Day, but it was the big news story for all of Valentine's, the school shooting. And again, they're the Spartans, named after the Greeks. And the day that the military exercise began with the U.S. and the Greeks was actually the day of the Super Bowl. And by the way, Michigan State also equals 57. But that military exercise, if you want to look it up, it goes through the 24th. And the military exercise is actually in the exact spot that Sparta used to be in. But did you want to chime in with any of those thoughts, Rambo?
Yeah, just one correction. Actually, September 23rd is her birthday. The child was born on May 14th.
I read incorrectly.
I'm looking at a...
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
But again, this ties into what I said about so she's like a birth symbol. She has a world record birth, or she's like a birth symbol. But September 23rd is the autumnal equinox.
Right.
So this is what I was saying about it. It's about the cross, the cardinal cross. And she was born... Remember how Donald Trump tweeted against when Colin Kaepernick, he became the face of the protests when he was kneeling, and Donald Trump, he tweeted against the kneeling on September 23rd. Well, that's because he's a Freemason also. First degree entered apprentice. That's why he should have called the apprentice. So he knew, he probably wasn't the one who actually tweeted it, but that's his account. They chose September 23rd because that's actually when in Freemason allegory, that September 23rd is when Hiram Abiff is killed while constructing Solomon's temple. It's September 23rd. That's when you have the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff. That's why they're kneeling. So Donald Trump and the kneelers, people are all on the same side. They're all Freemasons. These are all Freemasonic rituals. They're on the same side. He knew to tweet on the day of the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff. He knew that, and he knows. Donald Trump knows what the kneeling is. He knows it, and the players know it, and they know he knows. So Lolina Medina was born on that day, September 23rd, which this is amazing. Which makes you. I wonder if the story is even true at all, or if it's completely made up, or partially true, or they changed some dates here and there. And the day, did you think what birth have you had on May 14th? You think of a birth of a nation? Well, yeah, that's when Israel had its birth. So May 14th is birth related.
So you saying birth of a nation is actually a point I wanted to make, because of course that was also the movie having to do with slavery and Nat Turner. And birth of a nation in Gematria equals 71, just like African American. And this meeting of the Eagles and the Chiefs in the first two Super Bowls between black quarterbacks was exactly 71 weeks after the last meeting of teams, October 3rd, 2021. And that, again, just birth of a nation being in that title, that movie having to do with slavery, this Super Bowl being on Abe Lincoln's birthday, who freed the slaves. I don't know if you caught this, but, well, in Gematria, Lincoln equals 38, so does Rihanna. You had 38 combined points at halftime, a winning score of 38. Just before the game, the Kelsey brother, who played for the Eagles, Jason Kelsey, they announced that his wife was 38 weeks pregnant. That headline came out just days before the Super Bowl. And again, Rihanna equals 38, who is pregnant. And every year we're talking about how the halftime performer's name and birthday is factored in with the Super Bowl score. But also for the Chiefs, two players on their team, their significant others gave birth the day of the Super Bowl. And one of them was Nick Allegretti, who's from the land of Lincoln, Illinois, and who went to Lincoln Way East High School. The other was McCall Hardman Jr., but Nick Allegretti, it said that his wife gave birth to twins. So, any thoughts with that?
Yeah, I didn't know all those details, but so there's a definite, there's layers and layers to this. There's a definite birthing theme. I don't know. I guess they're putting out an energy or a vibration. I mean, it could be birth of a new era, like we say the age of Aquarius or something, a birth of a new age. But yeah, I did not expect Rihanna to just right off the bat, like this soon, be announcing a birth. I didn't see that one coming, even though I know she was a. So yeah, you can see the extent to which, and why do they use the Super Bowl? Because of the energy that it draws, the emotional and psychic energies. United States concentrating that stuff. So that's why. Wow, I mean, apparently, two babies are born, players involved, and Rihanna. And she didn't really announce it, but she kind of gave it away by showing her baby bump. And it was at the home of the Cardinals. But yeah, I had no idea that the birthing would go this far. But yeah, that's the 5 years, 7 months. Yeah, that's when I think of 57. That's I think of birth. Another thing too was this Lina Medina, the youngest ever mother. She's from Peru, and Peru has the cardinal colors red and white. The halftime performance, red and white. Those are the colors of the cardinal colors. The flag of Peru it's red and white as well. So that's part of it too. The other thing is, she was born in 33. Birth is also 33 in Gematria, and Lina Medina was born in 33.
I see.
So yeah, there's some. But yeah, this is a great find. Yeah, this confirms.
Yeah.
The ritual.
Yeah. I'm glad I remembered to tell you that this time, because I think I meant to tell you that earlier. And there's the other obvious symbolism. She comes out in red and white right before the Chiefs come back, who wear those colors. And then it is the Valentine's Day state. When you think Valentine's, the color you probably predominantly think of is red, and they are playing in the Cardinals Stadium, who also wear red, and it's also State Farm, and Mahomes does the State Farm commercials, which are red, and their logo is red and white. And for the record, State Farm equals 103, like how he came into the Super Bowl 10-3 in the playoffs in the 103rd season. But then the other thing is, Arizona's the Valentine's Day state. When you think Valentine's, you think red hearts, a lot of red boxes of chocolate, often with white trim. And what's amazing is the man that Valentine's Day is named after, he died in the year 269 AD. 269 is the 57th prime number. Andy Reid did get his 269th career win in the game. And again, I've been thinking about the same thing. It's obvious you're dead on with the birth, but what is the meaning? Is it the birth of the age of Aquarius? I mean, that's kind of my hunch. We'll probably find out as time goes on and they drop more clues, but there's no doubt about it that you were dead on with the theme and the prediction, so great work.
Yeah, thanks. But also the Jesus image that he has, it's significant. It's not a flattering image. That's the thing. It's like a mocking image. So to me, that's suggestive of more.
Well, how about this? How about this right here? Again, you know what Juju Smith-Schuster came into the building wearing?
No. What was he wearing?
A kilt. And Juju.
Oh, okay.
So, again, the most Jewish branch of Freemasonry is the Scottish Rite, which equals 57, and Jews equals 57. And, I mean, technically, Jesus is a Jew. He's from Judea. But there is obviously a religious rivalry there. And, again, that probably has something to do with Hamlin, whose name also equals 57. And notice that 30 as well, because that eternal is also 30, which is a biblical number. Bible's 30. Jesus' ministry begins at age 30. The resurrection story it ends with. But, I have a feeling, because, I mean, anybody who would look at that who's a Christian would think that's a mocking of Jesus. So, I think there's something there. And Juju Smith...
You can see why...
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. The Juju... Okay, maybe not worldwide, but in Africa, Juju is the name for West African. It's like magic. It could be negative it could be witchcraft I mean, I guess most religious people see it all as negative in witchcraft, but it doesn't have to be. It can also be positive. But Juju is actually a name for magic in West Africa. There's that too. But it's funny you mentioned Juju Smith-Schuster because I was thinking about the Pittsburgh Steelers. The most famous company from Pittsburgh is Heinz 57. That's actually when I for Super Bowl 57. That's actually the first thing I thought of was Heinz 57, and so he could be a reference to Heinz 57.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. And again, the big sacrifice for this Super Bowl was the guy drafted in 57, Len Dawson, who died exactly 172 days before the Super Bowl. But he started out as a Steeler and then went to the Chiefs. And again, Kansas City Chiefs, 172. He died exactly 172 days before the Super Bowl. That was our hunch why the Chiefs had a strong narrative to be there again this year. And the city of Kansas City is also 172 years old right now, established June 1st. 1850, 6 plus 1 plus 50 is another 57. Again, the state of Missouri has their 57th governor right now who has the same birthday as Patrick Mahomes. And the owner, Clark Hunt of the Chiefs, is 57 years old right now. And then Pennsylvania just got their new governor, and he just happens to be from Kansas City. So, as per always, a lot of rituals. Every year we're showing the same type of stuff, how the game synced up with the halftime performer, who all died to be there. A year to the day of this Super Bowl, his name's escaping me, but the first quarterback to face the Chiefs in Eagles franchise history, the starting Eagles quarterback for that game way back in 1972, he died a year to the day of the game. So the first ever Eagles-Chiefs matchup, that QB for the Eagles died February 12th, 2022, 1 year of the day of the game. But again, every year, for people who don't know, the Super Bowl is completely rigged, scripted. There's human ritual, sacrifice. It's always synced up with the politicians. From Patrick Mahomes' birthday and the 57th governor of Missouri's birthday to the Super Bowl was 148 days. Kansas City equals 148. You might have seen the Puppy Dog Bowl was announced before the game with 122 dogs participating from 67 shelters. Run it the other way, Kansas City equals 122. Use numerology, it equals 67. And then the only Kansas City cipher we didn't cover was the one where it equals 32, where they became 3-2 in Super Bowls, and partly because Jalen Hurts just dropped the ball on the ground so that number 32 could run it back for a defensive touchdown, preserving the legacy of defensive or special team scoring in every Super Bowl with a 7 in it, 7, 17, 27, 37, 47, 57, and shout out to Itachi. He got that piece of information, and it was a lucrative prop bet for the game, but yeah, again, these things are a big rigged ordeal. And with your point about Juju having to do with magic, that's also another word that equals 30. Or actually, I got to double check that one. I definitely know magic equals 33, and the game was down on the 33rd parallel. But again, I don't think it should be overlooked, the other connection with Juju and led to Super Bowl 57 and who really owns these teams and runs these leagues. I'm pretty sure that was part of the mockery, especially with the whole Scottish right connection, because just understanding the Gematria Scottish is what told you what the Super Bowl was. Scottish equals 103 when you run it in reverse, 113 when you run it forwards, and 32. Mahomes comes in 10-3 in the 103rd season, exits the game 11-3 as his team gets to 3-2. And he also got his 227th career touchdown, which is the 49th prime. And Scottish equals 49, so does Eagles, so does America, so does Super Bowl, so does NFL. So pretty much every Scottish number was hit in Super Bowl 57, where Scottish Rite equals 57. And it's a reminder the Jesuits created the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. And Jesuit Georgetown equals 57, where Vince Lombardi once died at age 57. And of course, they play for the Lombardi Trophy. Georgetown also equals 129, and Andy Reid got his 129th win with the Chiefs in Super Bowl 57. So, again, for people who are new here, Gematria is just based on the alphabetic order forwards and backwards with numerology. You learn these 4 ciphers. You see how the rituals come through every day. And if you're out there hearing other people decoding the English language saying other ciphers are more important, trust me, those people are absolutely insane and can be proven wrong in 5 seconds flat. So, anyhow, you learn these ciphers, you'll see through the rituals day after day. Anything else you want to chime in with, Rambo?
No, there's we talked about him wearing a kilt. There's another connection I've been decoding. It's kind of, it's not that direct. It's more indirect. The kilt is interesting because I've been decoding Roddy Piper, the wrestler. I mean, he's famous in the truth mode for doing They Live, and so he famously wore a kilt. What got me on Roddy Piper was because when I first heard the name Hamlin, the first thing I thought of was the Pied Piper of Hamlin, which I'm surprised. I kept telling everyone I asked, "What did you think of?" Nobody had heard of Hamlin before, Damar Hamlin. I don't know. People heard the Pied Piper, but hadn't. But Hamlin it's the town where the Pied Piper legend takes place. And that's what I actually first thought of. But so I've been doing decodes connecting Damar Hamlin to the Pied Piper of Hamlin, because that's the most. In fact, the town of Hamlin, Germany today, still gets tourists worldwide based on the Pied Piper legend, which is from the 13th century. They've got a statue in downtown in the town of Hamlin, Germany, of the Pied Piper. So I've been doing stuff on that, which Roddy Piper, and I've been talking about Aries. It's about resurrection, the resurrection of the sun. Well, Roddy Piper's an Aries, not by coincidence. So yeah, it's a bit of a few more dots to connect there, and there's some tarot. There's the card, the Judgment card, which is about this theme. It's resurrection. It's an angel. It's the Archangel Michael blowing a, you could say, pump or pipe or trumpet, and it's literally raising the dead. There are dead bodies raising up. That's the Judgment card of the tarot deck, and on his trumpet he has the cardinal cross. So it is about that cardinal energy of birthing energy. Again, that's more dots to connect. It's a little bit more to explain. But I was talking about Roddy Piper, so it's funny that Juju Smith would show up in a kilt. So it's amazing. That is connected to the Roddy Piper. The connections that I had been making.
Okay. Here, I'll put up the thing for people who are not familiar with the Judgment card in tarot. So.
Yeah, that depicts resurrection, which, you know, that's the story of Hiram Abiff. He's resurrected at the equinox. Osiris is resurrected as Horus. And that's what Damar Hamlin is. And again, what is the zodiac sign of the return, resurrection of the sun? It's Aries. And Damar Hamlin, Aries. Roddy Piper, Aries. So Piper, he blows a pipe. So Roddy Piper is really lined up with that card, which, so it's in my latest video, no, my second to latest video. But so his Roddy Piper's real name, his last name is Toombs, Toombs. Toombs. And what does the card predict? I mean, what does the card depict? It depicts tombs. It depicts people rising out of tombs, and his name was Toombs. His middle name is George. The cardinal cross, which is on that card, is St. George's cross. His middle name is George, and his career ended doing the Judgment Day, the WWE Judgment Day. So again, he had Judge, and he was really over the hill. He fought Hulk Hogan. They were both over the hill. They said it was an awful match. They just didn't have it. But they did it. You know why they did it when you see these ritual elements? They had to put judgment into his narrative because Roddy Piper already fit the narrative of the Judgment card. His name is Toombs. There's a tomb. St. George's cross. His name is George. He's an Aries. It's about resurrection, which Aries is the time of resurrection. Everything about Roddy Piper lines up with that card. And yeah, so that was in my decoy. So it's just I thought of that because you mentioned Juju Smith in the kilt, which I said, okay, this brings in Roddy Piper, who I've been talking about.
Well, let me check some out Roddy Piper. The day he died, I think that's the 212th day of the year. Yeah, Roddy Piper, he died on the anniversary of Ignatius Loyola dying, the founder of the Jesuits. But he did die on the 212th day of the year, kind of like how the Super Bowl was on 2/12. So, interesting. All right, Rambo, anything else?
No, that's it. This Travis Scott connection, I want to look more into this artist and the Travis Scott connection. It seems like there's a lot more to this ritual. There's more depth to it.
Okay, well, I look forward to it. And for everybody out there who's not subscribed, Rambo's channel is The Truth Codes. He's approaching 10K subs. If you guys want to help get him there, he needs about 1,200 more people. And well-deserved. He's doing great work on his channel. So.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the compliment.
Yeah, of course. All right, Rambo. Well, appreciate it as always. Have a good rest of your evening.
All right, have a good night.
All right, take care. All right, New York 347. Are you ready?
Come back to me up at 11.
Okay, I'll be back. Okay, let's go out to 772.
Hey Zach, what's up? I know that you covered the vinyl chloride, but did you see the other two chemicals that they said were leaked?
I didn't pay as much attention because I've just been mostly focused on the vinyl chloride. So
ethyl hexyl acrylate is 85 in the most pure cipher.
That's the year the book came out.
Yeah, exactly. I saw you were talking about that number, and then butyl acrylate is 78, that Jesuit number that they use. But yeah, I would definitely check out those other two chemicals that were also leaked. Also, ethyl hexyl acrylate's also 86, which I also found interesting. But I wanted to talk about, since this is off-topic night. CNN was made a headline on their front page. It was saying intermittent fasting may not be as helpful for losing weight as once thought study finds. I just thought it was kind of hilarious because I mean I've only basically heard good things about intermittent fasting and what you've said about it, and it's funny how CNN is once again trying to like keep people away from something that's going to be beneficial for them. Which, it's intermittent fasting, autophagy. And another headline that they did was high egg prices may tempt you to start your own backyard flock, but chickens carry some health risks. And then they basically just make up a bunch of diseases that your chickens are going to get. Even like, oh, your chickens are going to get salmonella, even though that's super rare, and that's not something that commonly happens to eggs. And you have like a very low chance of getting sick if you have your own chickens in your backyard giving eggs. So it's funny how they keep trying to like dissuade people from, being independent and, doing things that are going to be good for their health. It's like, why don't they have a headline saying that maybe you should stop drinking soda or whatever, or stop eating McDonald's,
Indeed.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I have for tonight. My notes are on my computer, and my computer broke, so I have to fix it before I get access to my other notes. This is all I had for today.
All right. Well, great observations. Appreciate it.
All right. See you.
All right. Have a good night. Okay. And we are just seconds away from another commercial break. And we'll have an hour and a half left to go after that. And if you want to call in tonight, I will put up the number on the screen. There's probably about 12 people in line. So call in as soon as this number gets up if you want to get on tonight.
How can I say that I can do something and then go out and do it? To the people that are watching, in your life right now, think about this. There's something that you want to do. There is something that you have told yourself, man, 2 years ago I should have started it. Yeah, yesterday I should have started it. And tomorrow I'm going to start. But you're afraid. You're doubting yourself. Every minute you get, think about it. You have the ability to do it. Just say you can. Understand that there are people in your lives that are waiting on you to flourish, waiting on you to accomplish, waiting on you to go to the next level, waiting on you to achieve all of your dreams, to succeed in a way that you have imagined yourself achieving for so long. Understand that. And then tell yourself that you can do it. Tell yourself that you can do it.
From the dawn of man, we have turned to nature to help attain balance within ourselves. But somewhere, we lost our way. Western culture is once again remembering the healing benefits of CBD, the non-psychoactive component of the hemp plant. That's why more and more people who use CBD report relief from inflammation and chronic pain, balanced blood sugar and cardiovascular system, relief from muscle tensions, tremors, migraines, headaches, anxiety, depression, and the list goes on. The big question is, where do you get it? iLife is a 99% pure CBD oil made with all organic ingredients, and it's available to TFR listeners worldwide. If you use coupon code TFR at checkout, you'll get $5 towards your order. Head on over to iLife.com now. That's AYA life.com.
If there's something you want to achieve, you can achieve any freaking thing you want as long as you know what the goal is. That's why goal posters or goal boards or even just telling someone what your goals are, writing them down is so important, because once you can identify your goal, it makes it so much easier to work towards it. And that's something that I think our children are not being taught in the school system right now, is how to set a proper goal. It's like, hey, what do you want to achieve? Well, the teacher gave me these things I want to achieve. Okay, well, what's that going to do for you? Well, I don't know. The teacher said I had to do it. Okay, that's great, but it doesn't teach them the logical thought process or the creative thinking process to develop a goal and then reverse engineer what they need to do to accomplish that goal. And we need more of that true goal setting in our society. Otherwise, we just have a bunch of sheep who have no idea what they're doing. They're just bumbling around. Don't be a sheep, be a goat. They're more creative and adventurous anyways. Be an ornery goat.
You are listening to the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
No hate, no hype, no fear.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. And next up, looks like it's Big Al. What's up, Big Al? Let's get him on here. There he is. What's going on, Al?
I had to call. You know, we had the spill out here too.
Yeah, I saw that. How close is it to home for you?
No, I didn't know. Well, I don't know. We're more further east, but I mean it's like towards Midtown and downtown areas. So it didn't affect me or my travel or anything. But I know it did a lot of people I work with.
Well, at least it didn't bother you.
Couldn't use that part of I-10. And then they did it. They said that they were going to have the kids go to school later, but go home at the same time. But then they just canceled that too, and then they reinstated the evacuation where people, I don't know, man. It's just all of it just makes me wonder,
Indeed.
But I didn't know it was Arizona's 111th birthday.
Right.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, 111.
That don't make sense. That don't make sense with, the Chiefs now having 111 points in Super Bowls, just playing in Arizona, and then they do that on Valentine's Day on their birthday.
And again, Andy Reid got his 269th win, and the guy Valentine that the holiday is named after died in the year 269 AD.
I heard you say that.
Yeah.
Hey, so speaking of all of this, the great work, by the way, man, really keeping up with everything and just can piece it all together real easy. But the thing in Ohio that happened,
yeah,
that I wanted to ask you, do you know, have you heard of a company called, here, I'm going to send it to you now, Echo Labs?
What are they called?
This company?
What are they called?
It's called Echo Labs. It's called Echo Labs.
I haven't heard of it. Echo Labs. Okay.
Okay, so Bill Gates is the largest shareholder of this company, and just coincidentally, this is the company that got the cleanup to clean up all that shit and chemicals there in Ohio. Is this Echo Labs company that Gates has just been gobbling up all the shares in. So they're getting, they have something to do with water treatment and some other stuff too. But it just reminds me of the whole Dick Cheney thing, all over again.
Sure.
Guys buying up shares in like 2018 and 2020, like there's nobody's business with this Echo Labs. And, now the health department or whoever decides all that out there, they gave them, Echo Labs, the job to clean all this shit up now. And then what you were just saying too earlier today about, there could be a lot of things at play in here, but there is money most of the time too. And here it is. You just follow the money, and it's fucking Bill Gates again, right? Bill Gates behind it. That's like insider trading. I mean, what the fuck is that? You just know. You just knew it was going to happen, right? he knew, absolutely, definitively knew.
Indeed, yeah. Follow the money's right.
It's just so irritating, man. Like people have, they just don't want to see, this country, whatever this shit is that they're in. They have no concept of all of what it really is. This delusion, bullshit, society that we're in. These people get away with it. I mean, really, these people have no ability to do, to outpower us. They just using, our military and police to do it. It's just like so crazy, isn't it?
That's how it is.
I just think about how these guys can like walk the face of the earth and get away with everything that they do, and they're just so protected.
Indeed. Yeah, and it's just like, my experience recently going to the Almost Alamo in Yakima and just try to ask a few questions, and you start getting shoved around. And it's like, well, in a better world, I'd be able to...
I tell everybody that story because, that just definitively proves what's really going on in this nation. It's like with anything else. Nobody would be signing up for the military if they realized that all the bullshit that they give you in the media, that has nothing to do with these people that get involved in these wars or why these wars are started, right? Didn't you say it? It's like if there's going to be a war between, Red China and the United States, it's going to be an agreement between both of them nations. It's not going to be some propaganda, some bullshit lie. balloons, whatever they're doing right now. It's just that's how it is. So like, who would sign up for that if they really knew the reality of what it is? It truly is. Like, why would you sign up for that?
Exactly. There wouldn't be all these
wars and kill people for some rich, wealthy, conglomerates that want to take more of your rights and liberties and everything else with it, and now bring in this god awful system now that just gives them every ability to do everything that they've probably already been doing to us, but now it just gives them the legal right to do it, I guess. And their laws that they create.
Indeed. And just to go back, at the beginning of the show, somebody called in and said, when are we going to do some action? And it's like, have you come out to anything? He's like, well, I've been in Memphis.
Yeah, I heard that guy called in right before that. It's like, I missed the first 15 minutes, but then like the 2 or 3 calls, when I call, I'm like, who the fuck are these people calling in, man? I mean, are these people... Are they here just to, give us as little hope as possible? It almost seems that way. Like, why would you even fucking call in then, dude? You're not helping anything out.
Well, and the point I was going to make is...
You're not doing anything.
The point I was going to make is, you flew out from Arizona for that. Again, for people don't know, March 2020, right after the pandemic was declared, we had a gathering in Seattle at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to educate about Event 201, and then we moved it down to Pike's Place Market because there was more foot traffic down there. And we stayed there all weekend, and Fox News came out, and I went up to the Fox News reporters and interrupted their broadcast and said, why don't you guys cover Event 201 instead of standing around waiting for the latest who's sick at the nursing home with COVID headline, which means nothing. And I had the Fox News producer yanking it. I had a strap on because I had this camera strapped to my chest. He kept grabbing the strap from mine, yanking me around. And again, it's just like everywhere I go out and just ask reasonable questions, I got people putting hands on. And it's just like last year I went down to the mass shooting site in Pasco, Washington. And the cameraman for the news team smashed my camera to the ground. And it's just frustrating because it's like, okay, if I was doing this to any of these other people, I was shoving around this news network or shoving around this news network or putting hands on this cop, I'd be in big trouble. But all of these people, because of the system, they could put hands on me and damage my property. And then, shout out to all the people who've come out and pounded pavement. But the thing is, I forget.
We had several thousand people out there doing that. None of these motherfuckers would be putting hands on you or anybody.
Well, not only that,
just the opposite.
but if the guy from Memphis was just called in and said, when are we going to get out and do something? Well, I've been getting out and doing stuff for years, and not enough people have been coming out. And he's making excuses.
Yeah, man,
I was in Memphis. Well, get on a damn plane, asshole. Get in a car and drive out here, asshole. Not, I'm in Memphis. Well, when are we going to do something? When are we going to do something? Do you know how frustrated I am? Because I've been doing shit every day for a decade. Everything I do is action. This right now is an action. Do you think there's better things I'd rather be doing than get on here every Wednesday night after working all day? These people are a joke. Well, I was in Memphis. Well, you should have came to where we were for the event. Maybe had all of you guys come out in March of 2020 at the beginning and helped us raise awareness about Event 201. Again, we did have Deborah Horn of Cairo 7 come out and talk to us, but she looked and she's like, well, there's only like 20-some people here. This can't be that. Imagine if there were thousands of people there. They probably would have had to cover it. Who knows? Maybe the whole thing would have been different. Maybe people would have heard what we were saying. We were educated about everything in March of 2020, way before the jab was out. What Bill Gates said at his 2010 TED Talk, Event 201?
I'll never forget that bitch in there that was, I had some sign like Bill Gates, don't inject me or infect me, some Bill Gates thing. And she was just all up in arms over that because she'd taken every fucking shot in her entire life that she was told to take. And nothing was wrong with her. I'm just thinking about that now and putting that in perspective. And there wasn't even any talk about these shots then. Like you saw like sprinkled just a handful of people wearing the mask at that point. That's how early we were in it. No mandates, none of that shit. Nothing was even being talked about that. But yeah, you were all on top of it though. You knew it was coming. Nobody else seemed to know, but
well, and again, we had it all figured out, and had more people come out and backed us up instead of this guy calling in 2023, 3 years later. When are we going to get out and do something? It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, where's the fucking hope at?
He was in Memphis. It was too far away. Well, sometimes you got to go to where the thing's happening now.
Memphis. And the thing is, now you doing what you did too, you'll have it down to where, you know, if you do get out and you do activism, you're going to go to the spots to where, you know, you're going to get the most action, right? I mean, seemed like the New York thing got to be done again. I'll have to make the New York trip. That's one I'll have to make, but yeah, that's a long trip, but fuck it. You just got to do what you can do, I guess, while we still can, you know? I got a trip. We're supposed to be fucking going to the Caribbeans or something in March. I'm just wondering if that's going to be put on hold, you know, just the way things are escalating out of control lately. Waiting for them to try some other bullshit here.
Yeah, you know what's coming. I mean, it just...
It's just spiraling, doesn't it? It seems like things are spiraling now, you know? They're in a frenzy.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed.
Well, hey, man, good talking to you. Good talking to you as always. And, all right, man, just keep, listen, see what we got. Some good callers maybe will be calling in.
Yeah, maybe.
None of this fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like, those guys who are calling, it's like, I'm listening right away just thinking, what is this? You know, just right away I could just got a vibe like they're just there to get in the way or something.
Exactly. It's just like, even Tim in the chat saying that it was bad calls, but Tim, your call at the beginning wasn't good. It's just like, yeah, right, the Matrix said in the chat, he's like, well, I beat the house this week with Zach's information, so what's this call about? So.
All right, Zach, man.
Anyway, appreciate it. Thanks, Al.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
Zach, bye.
All right, what's up, 941?
I've had a lot of 201s recently in my life. I woke up this morning, it was like 2:01 in the morning. I went to McDonald's earlier. My total came out to $20.01. I was playing Madden earlier, and the fucking dude paused the game, and it came up.
Okay. I'm going to the next caller. Let's go out to 562. What's up, 562?
Hey, Zach, you already took my call, but I appreciate you coming back to the line. But I'm just listening, and God bless you.
All right, man. Thank you. All right, he called back in. 850. What's going on, 850?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Zach, you can hear me, right, man?
I can hear you. What's up?
Hey, probably be easier if you go on my Twitter. I posted something on the MSU. The crisis actor who is also in Sandy Hook, Jacqueline Matthews, right? Well, Jacqueline Matthews equals 203, and what's the area code of Sandy Hook or that county? Well, it's 203. Sorry, I am driving. I'm trying to read my Twitter here. She was in 6th grade. So when it happened, right? So I'm like investigating this girl, dude. And if you go on my Twitter, you'll see the Gematria of what I found, and maybe you might find some stuff too. She has no Facebook. She has no Twitter. Her MSU profile on the MSU page, very vague compared to any other student. I mean, I looked at like 10 students. But, you know, it shows like their major. It shows their birthday, all kinds of shit.
Listen, man. Here, I mean, come on. In the thing you have up here, Sandra Bookman has the story about the Sandy Hook student. You guys remember on the anniversary of the Sandy Hook shooting, the first person to get the shot was Sandra Lindsay. It's just like, the jokes never end, man. Sandra Bookman's got the story on the Sandy Hook student.
Bookman, her name equals 56 and 223. Sandra Bookman. 56 is up the butt if you go through it. Obviously, 61 days after the anniversary. But that girl's TikTok, that's the only thing that she has. Her TikTok is private. The only TikTok profile I've ever seen that's private. But other people, like, did her video. And I saw one video with 20,000.1 views or something like that. I thought that was kind of funny. That was the one I watched. And she said that it's been 10 years and 2 months since the Sandy Hook massacre, and she's from 6th grade. Well, Sandy Hook only does K through 4. So where in the hell were you during Sandy Hook? And there is one woman on Facebook that went to MSU named Jacqueline Matthews. And there's really nothing on her profile on Facebook at all. She recently just put the Trojans picture up on her profile. Hasn't been active in 3 years. But the last activity she had, and she lives in Colorado, the Jacqueline Matthews on Facebook, she got married on April 22nd, 2020. And whose birthday is April 22nd?
April 22nd, that's the 112th day of the year. I don't know. Whose birthday is it?
Is that Adam Lanza's birthday?
Oh, yeah, that is Adam Lanza's birthday. Of course it is.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's her. She only has one picture on Facebook, right? And that's the only Jacqueline Matthews, but she does go by Jackie Matthews. And the news, the governor, she's the 49th governor. Jackie Matthews equals 49. I forgot the lady's name. I don't have it in front of me. I mean, I do on Twitter, but I can't look at it. But she is the 49th governor of Michigan, and she's from Lansing, where the shooting happened. The governor's from that town in Michigan. So, definitely obvious crisis actor, because she's got no paper trail. What 21-year-old doesn't have a Facebook or Twitter and has a blocked TikTok?
Very interesting.
Yeah, man, that's all I have. Hopefully you find something on a post I made that maybe you might be able to find something I did not. So I do appreciate you taking my call. I hope everyone has a great night.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
All right, take care. All right, let's see. 818, you're up. 818?
I'm just listening.
Okay, just listening. Thank you. All right, let's go out to 810.
Hey, Zach. I haven't really been following that Michigan thing, but I don't have TV or anything. But that's pretty amazing what that guy just pointed out, Adam Lanza's birthday. And and the girl was in 6th grade and it only goes to 4th grade. Yeah, maybe she was held back a couple of years, huh?
Right. Yeah.
I was watching. I'm legally blind, but back then I had fallen down my basement stairs. My eyesight was a lot better then, and my neighbor was over letting my dog out, and he brought some donuts, and I made some coffee, and the TV was on, and we're bullshitting, and all of a sudden Sandy Hook unfolds before our very eyes, and I could see the HV ventilation tubing was hanging from the ceiling along with ragged old insulation. You could see it hanging, you could tell that building had been through the ringer. And I kept telling him, look, Jim, look at that, look at this, look at that. I'm like, this is bullshit. This is a false flag. This isn't real. They want our guns. This is why they're doing this. Anyway, I love Wednesday nights. It's my favorite night of the week. And yeah, that was a great Super Bowl pick of yours. So keep it up, brother.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Yeah. You too.
By the way, last year we hit on a streak of 4 straight games with the Bulls going into Jordan's birthday, and we're 1 game away from hitting a nice streak of 5. It's amazing how every year they line up the Bulls record in a Michael Jordan tribute. The beauty of Gematria. It's sad that so many people just can't wrap their minds around it. What's up, 707?
Zach.
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, sorry, brother. I was having some technical issues. Okay, I'll be as quick as possible. Couple things. I'd just like to make a comment regarding the event, the ritual at Michigan State in East Lansing, Michigan. Now, for what it's worth, the capital of Michigan is Lansing. It's located in Ingham County. Now, for what it's worth, Lansing Castle is that it is the only state capital that is not actually the seat for that county. So, for example, Sacramento, which is located in Sacramento, California, is the seat of Sacramento County. Now, do you know what the seat is for Ingham County?
No.
Mason.
Okay. Figures.
Okay. So I realized, maybe that's a coincidence, but I was just wondering about something. I just wanted to mention a couple things about statistics. And this is for what is, I know we talked about the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta, Georgia, which was founded on July the 1st, 1946. And something we mentioned before, the founder of it, Joseph Mountain, who lived from 1891 to 1952. I don't have his dates in front of me, but he got his undergrad and medical degrees from Marquette University. I realize I'm going over some old material here. However, what is new is, according to the CDC, I realize there's satanic, the Luciferian, as any other entity in the world. 2.9 million people died in the U.S. in 2019. 2.9, so just under 3 million. The following year, 2020, the first year of the purported pandemic, the number of deaths fell to 2.7. So you're talking a decrease of 200,000. So off the top of your head, are there any significance to the numbers?
Yeah, but again, I don't really want, just whatever's on your mind, George. Just I don't really want to feel like breaking it down. So.
Okay, so what's on my mind? Well, all right. Without even getting into the Gematria, doesn't that seem odd? The number of deaths fell 200,000 in 2020, and we're supposed to be. They said we're in the biggest health crisis in over a century. So those numbers don't seem to comport with reality.
Okay.
So, and another thing. So I'm not actually calling the pandemic a hoax or anything like that, but, well, the numbers just don't add up.
Of course not. We know it's a big load.
Well, yes. Now, for what it's worth, in 2021, the number of deaths actually went up to 3.5 million, 3.5 million. So you had an increase that's almost like a 30% increase from 2020 to 2021. And which is odd because the shots became available in December of 2020, December the 14th, Sandy Hook Day. So there's just a whole bunch of things of this narrative that just don't make sense.
Right.
I mean, case in point, now this happened almost 3 years ago. According to National Public Radio, NPR, in June of 2020, something like 1.4 million healthcare employees were laid off, doctors, nurses, and various other positions like phlebotomists and radiologists and so forth. So there again, if we're in the biggest health disaster in over 100 years, why would hospitals lay off almost 1.5 million employees?
All right. George, it's 2023, man. We've already covered all this stuff a gazillion times. So.
Okay, well, all right. So I'm sorry, I don't have any new material to present. So I guess I'll just sign off for the evening.
All right, George. Appreciate it. You have a good night.
Okay.
All right, take care. Yeah, nothing made sense about the pandemic. 607, what's up?
Yeah, the pandemic, yeah, a big load of shit, yeah. That's still like 3 years ago, right?
Yeah, it's just like, okay, I mean, we've already got, this reminds me of my mom's phone calls. My mom calls up and tells me the same things every day. I'm like, don't you remember you called me yesterday and said the same things? I don't need to hear the same things every single day. It's like, we're still talking about COVID and what happened in 2020. So,
yeah.
Oh, hold on, we'll be right back. Sit tight.
Hi, my name is Ella, and I'm 10 years old. I'm one of the millions of children born to parents suffering from the sheeple virus. Symptoms include the inability to think for oneself, the attention span of a goldfish, and a strong belief in government and the mainstream media. It is estimated that 1 out of every 2 children are being raised by parents infected with the sheeple virus. But there is a cure. For as little as 19 cents per day, you can become a TFR supporter and help children like me get their daily dose of truth. Together, we will make sure every child has protection from deception.
Find out. This is about why I say what I say, do what I do. Expression goes, the proof of it is in the eating. We'll find out. We'll find out. Been a long day for y'all. I just finished the last meeting. I made it clear to President Putin. I told him, corn pop with a bad news. Bottom line is, I told President Putin, I got hairy legs. After 2 hours there, we looked at each other like, okay, what next? You've heard me say this before, again and again. I'm going to keep saying it. Come on, man. I made it clear. Well, I tell you what, I'm following the rules, man. This is about why I say what I say, do what I do. I did what I came to do. We'll find out. We'll find out. This is about why I say what I say, do what I do. Expression goes, the proof of it is in the eating. We'll find out. We'll find out. Biden said invade Russia. You know, that was a joke. This is not a kumbaya moment. Let's hug and love each other. Folks, look, I caught part of President Putin's press conference. I told him, come on, man. I'm going to keep saying it. Come on, man. And so it was kind of after well, anyway, this is about why I say what I say, do what I do. I did what I came to do. We'll find out. We'll find out. This is about why I say what I say, do what I do. Expression goes, the proof of it is in the eating. We'll find out.
Я думаю, что для всех очевидным является тот факт, что президент Байден, когда конкретно там завтра, послезавтра, это вопрос коллеги на рабочем уровне определяться с составом этих делегаций. Не было никакой враждебности, наоборот, наша встреча происходила. Я думаю, ничего сложного не скажу. Это будет понятно, Торговые отношения, да. Еще говорили о сотрудничестве в Арктике.
This is about why I say what I say, do what I do. I did what I came to do. We'll find out.
You are now tuned into the truth frequency.
We are TFR. TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Conditional range. Conditional range. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
You have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal.
more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back, and let's go back out to 607.
Yo, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
There was quite the riddle in the Bulls-Pacers game, and I already heard what you said about the Michael Jordan. That's one of the reasons why I like the Pacers tonight, because I'm just not going to give it away, but Michael, Jordan, Jordan, Michael.
The best game in the 5-game stretch was the last one, because the Magic were a pretty hefty underdog and got it done. It's going to those Michael Jordan numbers. Year after year, they're doing Michael Jordan Gematria at his birthday. So,
yeah, it's a joke. Pacers become 26-34. Pacers equals 26. Indiana equals 34. Indiana Pacers equals 60. Today has 60 date numerology. Indianapolis equals 60 where they play. But there was something else. There was like a deeper riddle that I caught, because today's the 46th day of the year, and George Floyd died on the corner of 38th and Chicago Street, right? And George Perry Floyd equals 201, and Indianapolis is the 201 city. But George Perry Floyd also equals 102, and the Bulls fell to 10-20, like 1020, and George Floyd was 46 years old. And if you do from George Floyd happened on May 25th, Rick Carlisle stayed on 255 losses with the Pacers, and 255 is like 25/5 the day Floyd happened. But if you go from George Floyd's death, May 25th, 2020, to February 15th, 2023, today, it's 997 days. And 997 is the 168th prime. And Queen Elizabeth II equals 168. But Queen is like Pacers, 62 and 26, just like Floyd. Floyd is like Queen. Floyd is 62-26, like Queen, 62-26. So they get these riddles perfect. It's like on the 46th day of the year, you have like the 102, the 201. George Floyd was 46. It happened on the corner of Chicago Street. And it's like, man, they got this shit so synced up. Also, if you go from the date the Queen died to today, it's a span of 191 days, like Society of Jesus, 191. And it's the only all-star the Pacers have is Tyrese Halliburton, and it's 351 days after Halliburton's birthday, and 351 is the 26th triangular.
Right.
Meaning if you add up 1 through 26, it equals 351. So, man, what the knowledge that you teach, if you just listen to Zach, and listen, I'm not going to, when I first started decoding games today, first I'm leaning Chicago because it's the 46th day of the year and Pacers could have got their 35th loss. But if ever you're wrong about a game, like you in the abstract, not you personally, if like you're out there, someone, like if you're anyone out there that's decoding sports, if you ever get a game wrong, it's because you didn't dig deep enough into the riddle to like find out exactly what they're doing. because the Bulls had a decent riddle. That's probably why they got up 24 points and like were leading most of the game. But the killer riddle was like what Zach was just talking about with like this Michael Jordan riddle, but then like connecting it to George Floyd too. So it's never the knowledge that you teach the problem. It's the operator of the knowledge. Like the only way you'll get a game wrong with this knowledge is if you're not on your fucking P's and Q's enough. Like, because I was about to take Bulls, but then I'm like, because I took all day, like, looking at this game. I'm like, no, it's going to be Pacers. It's going to be Pacers. Because it's synced up with the Queen and George Floyd.
Okay, we don't need a bigger decode on the Bulls-Pacers game than we did on the actual Super Bowl. I get it, man. Trust me. But again, over a week ago, we spotted. We said, look at this. The Bulls are 26-28. They have 5 games left before Michael Jordan's birthday. What if they lose the next 5? They'll be 26-33. How often do we talk about those numbers with Michael Jordan? Michael 33, Jordan 26. And year after year, they're paying tribute to the gematria of Michael Jordan. They do it in different ways. And again, for other people say, well, what are all those ciphers you're using? Well, here's what they did last year. Last year, we saw the Bulls were 19-8. And we said, well, what if the Bulls win the next 4 games before Jordan's birthday? They'll be 23-8. And what's Michael Jordan also equal in gematria? 238. Again, alphabetic order, forwards and backwards with numerology. And go figure that Michael Jordan, again, we were just about 26-33, add it together, 59. They're going to play their 59th game on his last day of being 59 years old. Again, it's because the league is scripted. So, anyway, I do appreciate what you're doing. It's just we don't need a bigger decode on the Bulls-Pacers game than the actual Super Bowl. So, anyway.
Yeah, man. Yep. Yeah. Just good work, man. Just your knowledge, the knowledge you brought is just killer. So, yep.
All right. RIP to anybody who took the Bulls today. Should have been signed up for Gematria because there was no way they were winning. And that's the beauty of it. When your team gets down 24, it's like, I don't think they're going to blow this Michael Jordan ritual. Time for a real-time bet and get the real payout of the day.
Comeback.
So.
Comeback equals 26 in the most pure.
Indeed.
So they came back from 24 down.
Indeed. All right, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Peace.
All right, let's go on to 408. What's up, 408?
Hey, Zach. Would you mind pulling up my YouTube channel real quick?
Not a sports journalist, or how is it again?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, it's up.
All right, so I'm not going to really talk about the I'm not going to go into detail on what I said in my most recent videos, but I'm just putting myself out there again. I've made a few videos in the last couple of weeks. A lot of Jesuit connections in these recent sporting events and deaths of players and former players, and like the one on, what was it? There's definitely a lot of Jesuit and Freemason influence in the Billy Packer and Bobby Hull deaths. The Carlos Correa signing with the Twins after he almost signed with the Mets. There was a big 9/11 ritual in there because it happened on what was that? It happened on January 11th, and obviously 9/11 occurred with 111 days left in the year. But anyways, that's enough promoting myself. The other day you said something along the lines of you're going to do like a twice weekly sports show or something like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing it on like I don't know, Thursday and Saturday, Tuesday and Saturday. I'll have to figure out what days make the most sense.
All right, and that would be interesting because I do have some. I know the next major sporting championship is March Madness. I think I do have some ideas as to who could potentially be in the Final Four. But I'll share those for another time.
Okay.
All right. Well. All right. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Appreciate it, Evan. Take care. And Matt Tucon, I appreciate you getting out the word, but I actually did see that the other day, and I again, I'm an honest person. So, like, if I think something's bad, I'll just tell you directly. Doing a decode, Kobe Bryant dies, California equals 238. That's the reason people make fun of Gematria. That's not even a proper, it's not proper grammar. And it's just like, it's an unnecessary decode. And it's the type of thing that goes, man, maybe you can make anything equal anything. Kobe Bryant dies, California. No. Okay? Let's not do decodes like that. That's what makes the work look bad. And you know what's annoying? Just to be real too, it's like a guy asked me to come on his live stream today, and I don't know why I do it, because the guy's just a total goon and a loser and a typical fraudulent Christian. But you know, he cut me off, and then when he cut me off, you know, his live chat just started pouring in the super chats making fun of how dumb Gematria is. And nothing I said was dumb. I was talking about what they did with the Spartan shooting and the pattern of 44 and the day of the military exercise. And again, I mean, that's just like really straightforward and intuitive. Imagine if they saw somebody doing a decode, Kobe Bryant die, California. So again, this is why we got to keep it clean and straightforward. But yeah, again, it's just... Anyway. Let's go out to Philadelphia. This man loved the outcome of the Super Bowl, and he was right on with his fumble prediction. What's up? Philadelphia? I don't know what's going on today. I'll come back to him. Let me go out to 347. 347, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Zach? You can hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
All right, I really don't got too much. Did you see the story about the Titanic?
Did I see the story about the Titanic?
Yeah, it's about never before seen footage of the Titanic nearly 12,500 feet below the ocean release.
I didn't know about this.
Yeah, just like you said, I remember a couple of years ago, you always say every couple of years they're going to bring up something about the Titanic just to remind you about the Titanic. Didn't you say that a couple of years ago? They always going to remind you about the Titanic, right?
Yeah, it is something that they're always bringing back. I'm thinking about why today. So.
Is there a reason why that story came out today?
I'm thinking about why today. April 14th, they hit the iceberg. April 15th, it sunk all the way. It's 58 days before the anniversary, 59 days before the sinking. Freemasonry numbers. I'll have to think about it more. I'm sure there's a reason they brought that out today. So.
All right, that's really, I really don't like so much tonight.
Okay. Yeah, I'll think about it some more. Appreciate it, man.
But there's the reason why that story came out today.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason. I'll look more into why it is.
Okay, Zach. That's it.
All right. Have a good night.
Okay.
All right. Let's go out to Illinois. What's up, Illinois?
What's going on, Zach, man? Peace to the chat, peace to you, peace to anybody who's listening. I just wanted to get your thoughts on, do you think, well, I know you talked about it before, about potentially the power going down, and we obviously see that the monetary value is dropping.
The value of the dollar?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I told everybody that was going to happen the day they announced they were going to print the first stimulus checks. I mean, that's what happens when you print money. Money becomes devalued. So it's amazing how you have all these Republicans going, oh, it's all Joe Biden's fault. It's like, it's all Joe Biden's fault. You guys must be brain dead. You print money, you devalue the currency. I mean, that's just the way it works. That's economic. That's currency 101. So
yeah, some people just too much into the politics, but I just got put onto a book the other day. It's called The Fourth Turning by Neil Howe and William Strauss. Have you ever heard of it?
Say what it is again?
The Fourth Turning.
I don't know that.
Of it, and it's basically saying how each, like, history repeats itself, as we all know, and each generation goes through 4 cycles, like nature in a way. And to sum it all up, we are basically in the last part of the 100-year cycle that we usually go through, and they call it the crisis cycle. And in the book, it was saying, well, not even in the book, in the synopsis, it was saying, like, during the crisis cycle, it will reach its climax in the start of the 2020s, and it would end in the 2020s. And the whole purpose of it would be to get, like, the people in the community to stand up for, like, a different cause, for a new cause, because our way of life has been threatened. And what it was saying was that people would let the authoritative figures be authoritative, even if they make mistakes. They would let the doctors be doctors, even if they make mistakes. And then we will all come under as one. And as I was reading it, I was just thinking, like, because I do believe something is going on with the money, the value of the dollar going down, and crypto coming into play, and potentially the power going down. And I'm thinking, okay, if the power go out, would that be the new crisis? And then we would all fall under one, like the NWO, basically. I don't know. I just want to see what was your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. I noticed the publishing date on that book is 12/29. That's the 201 date. So maybe that author was in the club. But yeah, I think somebody else actually dropped the name of this book in a live stream sometime back and said, check it out. So I think you're the second person. I'll have to look into this one, The Fourth Turning.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty much all I had. I just found it interesting that he said that we're gonna go through a thing that's gonna change our lives, basically, and it's a theory per se.
Yeah.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you for the recommendation.
No problem.
All right, take care.
Thank you for all your work.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. All right, New York, 646.
Hi, Zach. New York City calling in. How are you tonight?
I'm doing all right.
Good. So to piggyback off of this whole heart ritual, I don't know if you noticed that the municipal flag for Kansas City is actually in the shape of a heart.
Really?
Yeah, and it's supposed to symbolize that Kansas City is supposed to be like the heart of America. So I thought that was like really weird, because I know you and Rambo talked about like the heart rituals that have been going on for a while. I think
it's a new flag.
Last year.
It's a new flag, right?
Yes, it's a brand new flag. I did not look into what the old flag was, but I thought it was really weird that these municipal flags at the local city level, they're just very they tie into a lot of these rituals.
Yeah, it's all connected.
I thought that was like really interesting. And another thing was, I know I spotted this a few times being in New York City, but sometimes the Empire State Building, it's lit in symbolic colors, right? So I know in 2020, with the pandemic, and I saw like in 2017, the Empire State Building was lit in red, and it flashed the red light like the rhythm of a heartbeat. So this heart ritual goes back, like I want to say a while, because I did see 2017, it was lit like that. And again in 2020 during the pandemic. So I don't know if it's some type of elite code that's going out, I don't know, to these like crazy occultists that run our country. And then another thing I want to bring up was I know the flag of Buffalo. I think I mentioned this a while back that the flag of Buffalo is it has lightning bolts, and I think you did tie in how, with the whole Damar Hamlin ritual, like they use CPR to restart his heart. So I don't know if you saw earlier today that the Buffalo shooter from the Tops Market, he was convicted.
I did. I meant to make a video about that. It's the 46th day of the year. Hate crime equals 46. And again, he was charged with the hate crime on, what was it, like the day leaving 199 days left in the year, which is the 46th crime. And then he pleaded guilty to the hate crime 199 days later, which is the 46th crime. It just goes to show it's all stage theater. And it was funny watching CNN tonight. CNN was like applauding what they did in the courtroom. It's just like, they're like, look, that was good that they confronted him. It's like, maybe we should go down to CNN and confront them then with some violence then, since it's all justified. Because all you've been doing is instigating and provoking the nation. And again, for people don't know, CNN is the one that came up with the footage of the plane going into the building, which just melts into the building. So, again, CNN should be confronted.
Exactly. But another thing that, I don't know if you saw this, like there was an outburst in the courtroom, and it reminded me of the Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix series, because like the woman, she's supposedly a relative of one of the victims who died allegedly at the supermarket. So she goes off, and then I think a male relative of one of the victims is standing behind her, and he bum rushes the guy, and it reminded me of the Dahmer series, like where the black lady, she's yelling, "It's all your fault, Jeffrey," la la la, and she like makes a bum rush at him. So they played that out exactly the same way with a slight twist in Buffalo. Because I said to myself, okay, so the Buffalo flag, Damar Hamlin, I kind of figure like Buffalo's gonna pop up soon in the news. But I wasn't expecting this, so I was like, this is wild. Like, they played it out exactly kind of the same way, like, in Jeffrey Dahmer series. Like, it's if you watch the footage of what happened in the court in Buffalo today versus the Jeffrey Dahmer court scene, you're going to be like, it's pure mockery. It's pure mockery at this point.
And again, that just goes back to how... I'm going to forget my thought, but there's so many things that are connected to this. They paid tribute along the way to Jeffrey Dahmer. They paid tribute along the way to Tim McVeigh. Again, all of these things that have shaped all the horror stories in the American mind, they've all been orchestrated by our government and these news networks. So
it is so true. It is such a shame. It's like mockery. I try to wake people up to it, but they got blinders on for some reason. But you know what? You wake up who you could wake up. And those who want to still be on sheeple virus, hey, it is what it is. And one last thing, right? These Marvel Disney movies, there are some hardcore next level predictive programming, because I think it was announced like a few weeks ago, a couple months ago, that King Charles, his coronation is going to be on May 6th of this year. So actually, May 6th of last year in 2022 was the premiere of the Doctor Strange sequel. And they kept figuring two prominent shapes throughout that movie. The star, the pentagram, and the hexagram, the hexagon. Because one character, she represents America. Her name is actually America. And she opens up a portal, and it's in the shape of a star, five-pointed star. And then the Scarlet Witch, she has like a hexagonal thing going on. So I kept saying to myself, 5-6, 5-6, 5-6, 5-6. What's going on with this 5-6? And sure enough, King Charles is getting his coronation on 5-6. So I just want to put it out there, like, people just be mindful of these Marvel, Disney movies, hardcore predictive programming, if you know what to look for. That's why I tell parents, like, listen, watch these movies before you let your children watch them. That's all I got to say. But thank you for all you do. And I freaked out when I watched the Super Bowl with Rihanna And her pregnancy, Rambo was spot on, like 99. He was like 100% accurate with that. So, thank you for everything that you and Rambo do. So I'm signing off and letting other people hop on.
All right. Appreciate it. You have a good night.
All right. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Right, yeah, take care. All right, our timing was good because we're about to go to commercial break. When we come back, we're going out to 530-252-315-323-360-419 and 734. That's the lineup. So sit tight. We'll get through all those calls after the break. And it is that quick break coming up. It's one of these nights, though, where I'm not hearing the music, but then the commercials kick in. But oh, there it is. All right, we'll be right back, everybody.
Been late a few times. I've been late a few times in a social sense. I'm like, oh, it's fine. Oh, I'll arrive late. You know, I gotta make an entrance. And you're used to that in a social setting. And people have said, hey, Jamar, don't be late, man. You're like, all right, no problem. I'll show to the party on time next time. Yeah. That social issue becomes a professional disaster because if you're late in that social sense, when you're late as a professional, you could miss out an opportunity. People will see that you're coming in late, so they may limit the recommendations they have for you towards other people. And then it just doesn't show good for your brand. So to circumvent that, it's, find out what your social problems are, so to speak. What do you do maybe internally or with friends that people have told you there's a problem, and fix it there so that it doesn't affect you and become a professional disaster.
Extendivite, a 7-herb combination made from garlic, cayenne, hawthorn, bilberry, ginkgo biloba, valerian, and milk thistle. Extendivite feeds our body with the right nutrients to keep us healthy. Just listen to what Arthur has to say.
I was just calling to tell you what a great product you have. I had used this about 10 years ago after I had congestive heart failure. And it fixed me up and got me going for the last 10 years. Lately, I've been having heart trouble again. So I placed another order because this was the only thing that ever worked. And I just wanted to let you know that you have a great product.
To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
On the Nikki Colombo show, it's time to reclaim our true history, our true timelines, our cosmic heritage, and remember to be humble, for you are made of earth, and to be noble, for you are made.
We are TFR.
My faith in destiny is all I need to prevail. Truth Frequency Radio.
All right, let's take the remaining calls. The people have been so patient. And first up was 530.
Hey, what's good, Zach? It's Cuts.
Hey, what's up,
Hey,
Cuts?
what's good, Truth Seeker family? Shout out to you guys. Good evening. Not much. Just thought I'd give you a call and say what's up or whatnot. And I did a video earlier today with some information in it that is a little obscure, but I wanted to share it. So if any, you guys can just find it if you type on my name in the chat. I'll put my name on there. Yep, you can find it just like that. But I don't want to waste your time or say too much. What's good, everybody? Yeah. I did find a funny, like, random 201 the other day I would just share real quick.
Yeah.
Because it was, when you did, like, the alien show, at the end of the show, you're like, if you find any other strange, like, 201s or anything, and I just typed in alien and 201, and I found some government document. It's like page 201, title 8, and it's like regarding aliens and nationality for like all the registration type of like protocols. Kind of weird.
Okay.
But anyways, I don't need to be on the phone too long. I just was hoping, people will find my video. It's like my most recent live stream. I did it today, and it's like, it's about some like creepy experimentation. Like it's all like kind of like part of all the whole agenda and everything. But, yeah, that's about it. I think it's important information for people to find. And I don't know what everyone's take would be on it or whatever, but I think the video, what is it? It's titled, I could just say the title. It's called
Gates & Co.
It's called Prospera SDI Mini Circle. Is on my live stream.
Oh, live.
It's the most recent one I did. I did it today. It's like me reading a literal MIT article from like this week or so. It's like a pretty current article, and it's just really creepy. It's almost like MIT is like crying, like they're like warning or something. It's like it's weird. But anyways, that's about it. I appreciate you guys listening to me and taking my call.
All right,
yeah,
you got
that's
one more sub.
That most recent one. It's 56 minutes long, so.
Perfect. Perfect.
Perfect.
All right,
anyways,
Cuts.
I'll let more people go.
Appreciate it, man. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, man. You too.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, great videos recently, too.
Oh, are you still there? Shit. I thought he was saying goodbye, and then I was just moving on. But sorry, Cut. You can call back in. 252, you're on.
Yeah, Zach, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, what's up? So did you know the first governor of Missouri was from Pennsylvania, born in Memphis?
The first governor of Kansas City was from Pennsylvania?
Of Missouri.
Oh, Missouri. Missouri, okay. Yeah, of course. Huh, that's interesting.
And right. He has the same birthday as Vanessa Bryant.
Okay.
So yeah, that is something. But yeah, so he was the first governor of Missouri. I want to ask you, how much do you think this is connected to the Native Americans?
What they just did in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, everything.
A lot.
Yeah,
a lot. I mean, every year, it's just like the year that Brady won the 99th NFL season, he won the AFC Championship in the Chiefs Stadium. So the white Patriot helmet goes into the Chiefs Stadium and wins in the 99th season when Arrowhead Stadium's 99, and so is the United States of America. I mean, just think about the symbolism. And that's what I've been talking about forever with only black quarterbacks winning on the Chief teams. They're trying to tell you that the truth about black history isn't just that black people came on slave ships. It's obvious they were already here as the native people. And, yeah, again, I mean, we've been talking about this stuff for years. I know you've only been around for so long, but yeah, I mean, these are themes we're talking about every year. It's like every year the Super Bowl is a history lesson if you can figure it out. So...
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I figured that out. Yeah, I figured that out a while ago. I just wanted to confirm because I didn't know this year's Super Bowl was more connected to the blacks or the Native Americans. But anyways, that's besides the point. So yeah, and also Jesuit missionaries founded Missouri. Jesuit missionaries. But there is something going on with this, because you remember that Mexico game. You remember that we bought, and the U.S. purchased Arizona from Mexico. You remember that Mexico game where this was the Cardinals and the 49ers?
Yeah, and both teams picked up a big 33 on Monday Night Football. Yeah.
Right, with the 48 points, and then Arizona, the 48 state.
Right.
And so that there is something, because we bought, like I said, we bought that from Mexico, and there was a lot dealing with, just it's a bunch of Native American history. But anyways, do you know that Abraham Lincoln signed in Arizona as a state? He made it a state.
I actually didn't know that. That's a good find.
Yeah, that's he made Arizona a state, which is really crazy. And also, obviously, of course, the mayor of Phoenix, it was 48 days after her birthday. The the sun's ritual with that was 48 days after their birthday in Arizona, obviously 48 state. But what I really, really wanted to talk about was this Memphis connection between, I guess, Philly, whatever you want to call it, Philly or whatever. So you remember when you covered Big Scar, right? You covered Big Scar, who died in an overdose.
Right.
And, he died in an overdose. And that was 52 days before the Super Bowl, on the 43rd day of the year. Gucci Mane, who signed him, who he's labeled under, was born on February 12th on the Super Bowl. And he died on the 106th day of the NFL season. And Memphis is 106. And it was 106 days before his birthday. And also killing 74. Obviously, we already know about 74. He was born on 74. I'm pretty sure you covered that. But yeah, his name is also 61, like Philadelphia. And he's dead in this big 22 ritual, when we know Eagles is 22, on the 106th day of the NFL season. And it was 65 days after the NBA season started. And like I said, name is 61, and there goes the 65 right there. But he also died he also died on the 41st. Overdose is 103, 40, and 41. He died on the 41st day of the Superior General's age, which is like 40 days after. And he died 103 days before the assassination of MLK in Memphis, on the day leaving 9 days left in the year, when Memphis is 9.
Huh.
Or not in Memphis, excuse me. Not Memphis. MLK is 9 in the most pure.
Right. I know what you mean.
And he also, his surname has that 5976, and obviously you know what that's connected to. But he died on 106. He died 106 on the 106th day of the NFL season. You could say 105 days after, like the Super Bowl's in Arizona, which is 105. But that's just. I mean, I think that's it for that. I think that's it with that. But he died 74 days after the governor of Memphis' birthday, when his name is 74, killing is 74. And the day that the governor was born was on the day he was 83 days left in the year, buried in Memphis. And he died 74 days after that.
Are you posting all this somewhere? Are you sharing this research somewhere online?
No, I'm not.
You should do that. Yeah, you always got a lot of good information. I know you're working hard and doing a ton of research. Start putting it somewhere.
Yeah, my friends tell me, but I know you talk about all your censorship, and I mean, I don't really know how. I wouldn't know how to get around that besides creating 20 channels.
Yeah. Well, if you can try not to talk about certain things that I like to talk to, like ooish people, it helps. But
yeah, true that. It's just I don't know. I feel very criticized whenever I just speak out. I just do feel very criticized. But,
well, that's how people are. People don't want to hear the truth. Yeah, people. I mean, it's just like you got to speak out anyway. It's just. Yeah, but you do a good job, and what blows me away is you've only been around for like, what, a few months?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I think anybody listening to me like, oh, he's probably been listening for years. Well, a few months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, I was in the driveway talking to my friend one day, and he told me about your channel, and I was like, when I came home, when I watched the first video, I was like, why are you not talking about this every day? This is like incredible. Like I said, it didn't take me nothing to get it. It's like it was no barrier. I was like, oh, this makes a lot of sense, and I put it together instantly. So I guess maybe I do have to think with that.
Yeah, but I seriously do think you should just, well, you can just post it on a blog too. I mean, if you're writing it all down, are you writing it down somewhere? Sounds like you're writing it down.
No, I'm not. Everything is off the top.
Oh, okay. Well, you're doing good, but I mean, you could put it on a blog. I mean, you're doing great research, so I think you should put it somewhere. I mean, you do call into the show, and that's good, but it sounds like you're doing a lot of research, so I think it would be good if you put it somewhere. You could even put it on my website, freetofindtruth.com. Just make a profile on there and post it there as a post, and then it'll all be archived. That's not going to go anywhere. You're not going to get censored on my website.
Would it be like a note? Is it just like a big document that I just write notes in and post it? Like, how does that work?
It's just like any social media, except for there's no limit. You can just post as much as you want to post there. So.
Right. Yeah, that is. I definitely will either do that or a YouTube channel, because like I said, I definitely wanted to do something.
Yeah, but you won't get censored on my website, so that's the place you can do it if you're worried about getting censored. freetofindtruth.com.
Yep, definitely. And there is something to that, Grand Canyon. I looked into that. There is something to that.
Well, here, do the first post on it, because there's 5 more people on hold, and I only got 13 minutes of show left, so I got to let them on. But I would let you go on since we're running out of show.
I got you.
Yeah, keep up the great work, though.
Right, I got you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, take care, man. Okay. Yeah, who'd ever thought he's only been here for a few months? He blew my mind when he told me that. I was like, what, you just got here? 315, what's up, 315?
Yo. What's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
So yeah, the whole Ohio bucket shit, it's like really trending on Google, and I guess people are like really realizing that it's not a coincidence. And basically, I Googled it, whatever I went with the trending search, and fucking there's a movie came up. It's called Super 8. You know about this?
That's the Steven Spielberg train movie. There's so many train wreck movies that are connected to Pennsylvania that they filmed. I've been covering this stuff for years because I mean this train wreck's technically in Ohio, but it's right on the border of Pennsylvania. And back in 2016, I did a video on Pennsylvania and train wrecks, and then this one comes right before Phillies in the Super Bowl. It's just such a long recurring pattern. It's ridiculous, and I still don't exactly know why, but there's something about Pennsylvania championships and train wrecks.
All right, so did you do the research on the movie Super 8? Or
you know what? I actually have not seen. I'm aware of the movie, but I have not seen that one. I've seen like the Denzel one, and there's a few others.
I just thought it was weird because I clicked the trending search, and that was the movie that came up. Like I didn't even. That's just weird.
I'll have to check it out. There's probably a 201 in there. Spielberg likes to put 201s in his movies.
And I just gotta this is pretty cool. It's not in really with Gematria, but it's about a video game. It's called Grand Theft Auto 4. I know you probably know it. There's a computer you can access in the game. You can really go on the internet. It's like a fake internet, and there's web pages and shit on there. I guess the developer of this game, really wanted to show people the truth and shit. It's pretty funny, man. Whoever is into video games and Grand Theft Auto, look up Grand Theft Auto 4 conspiracy theory, and that's pretty much it, Zach. You know about Project Bluebeam?
Yeah, 94. Yeah.
What do you think about that? Did you see that Seattle Tower? I think it was 2020. They had some fucking crazy light show.
Yeah, the Space Needle.
You know what
Yeah. You had to have the glasses to see it the way it was. But yeah, we talked about that when it happened, the 2020 New Year's light show at the Space Needle. Yeah.
Oh, I was wondering, there was no information on how that was being rendered, so you have to wear glasses.
You had to have glasses to see it that way. But yeah, it was still pretty crazy. So.
Dude, that shit is crazy. All right, Zach. Have a good night, bro.
All right, yeah, you too. Let's go out to 323. 323, you're wrong.
All right, Zach. Okay. Diamond quantum. I got to say those two words. This is a real technology. That's what they're using. There's no way that human beings are this mathematically precise. The Jesuits created chronovisor technology. Look up diamond quantum and chronovisor.
Chronovisor?
That's what they're using. Chronovisor. Please look that up. The Jesuits in 1970, there was a story that came out in an Italian magazine that they have a chronovisor that can see the past events. Okay? That's what they're using. This is quantum computer technology from 53 years ago. And there's no way that they're mathematically able to do this without a quantum computer. And diamonds are being grown.
To me, listen, I'm not saying you're wrong, but to me, it's like everything they do is within the realm of possibility. It's simple calculation. It's simple math. They're a massive worldwide network. To me, it's a lot more easy to explain what they're doing, you know, picking a location that has the same gematria as the data. I could almost do what they do every day in the news by myself with the knowledge I have. If I had a national police force and military that work for me, I could almost do what they do every day just by myself. I'm that proficient with the knowledge.
Right, but they have the assistant. They're being assisted by this 50-year-old, at least.
Maybe they are, but do we have any proof besides a YouTube video of the chronovisor?
There was a TV show called Dev on Hulu that showed the chronovisor and showed how it works. And it showed that it pulls up past events. And it's a quantum computer. And so this is a secret technology. It's starting to come out because if you look up diamond quantum, they have diamonds that are quantum computers. So we have silicon computers now, and once you reach the peak of silicon, it crosses over into carbon, and carbon is pure diamond. So we're entering the diamond age, but they were already in it 50 years ago at least, but it's way more ancient than that too.
Well, they say the CIA, which is all Jesuit, is decades ahead of us in technology. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I mean, it's entirely possible. It's just I need access. I only like to talk about what I know about, but possible and things to look into.
Pull up diamond quantum on the screen because there's many stories every day. There's a company in Australia just got funded yesterday. They're making portable diamond quantum computers. This is real. And
no, I'm not saying that you're wrong about that. I mean, I don't doubt that. It's just, I also am just saying I don't think it's that complicated really what they do. People make it seem like it's so impossible, but what they do to me is pretty simple. So
my point is they just have already had this for a long time.
Well, yeah, that's for sure. They've been doing this for a long time.
There you go.
All right. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll look more into all of it. Thank you, 323. You have a good night.
Yes, you too.
All right. Yeah. I just got to let everyone get in here before it's the end of the show. 360. 360, you're wrong.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's going on?
I just find this stuff fascinating, and I've been watching you for a while now, and I've been a truth seeker my whole life. Just like the 911 rituals kind of woke me up hugely. Like you said too, I kind of woke up through that, and I played a lot of sports. I won 2 high school basketball championships in a row in high school, and I used to think, you know, everybody was just a good ball player and whatnot. And then after 9/11-2, the Yankees won the World Series, and I thought to myself, is this coincidence or what? And then like Brady started whooping it, and then I woke up and I realized life is rigged, man. And I found you too, and I'm like, whoa, this is an undeniable code, and it's almost like a karma code or like a time traveler code. It's fascinating, and I can't understand what it is, but you're definitely onto something, and you're a true leader for like showing these people all this. And I'm about to start betting through you too, buddy.
Well, there's other people also decoding that are doing a great job in the community, and I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, check out the other people doing great work. Kayla Decode Talker, Tachi, others. So appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I live out here right in Fort Ludlow, Washington, right by Bangor, where all the nukes are at, buddy.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm familiar.
Keep at it, and I'm going to be checking out your Patreon on the sports for sure. I'm like, hey, why not, huh?
We're going to see if we can nail another baseball future. We got to talk spring training here pretty soon. So anyway, appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good night. 315. 315?
Zach.
Hello.
Zach, I'm not sure why I'm back again, but...
Oh!
Fucking...
Here, hold on. I clicked the wrong button. That's why I made a mistake. Because there's only 3 people left. I want to get them in since you're already on. But thanks for hanging in there, 315.
Yeah, dude.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's go out to 419. 419, what's up?
Okay, hey Zach, I want to get this real quick. I got a quick decode on King Charles and the tie to the birth ritual at the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So he was born 91 days before the Super Bowl. His birthday was 91 days before the Super Bowl, and King Charles III equals 91. Rihanna's baby, her first baby before the one she's having now, was born on May 13th last year.
Right.
And so that means that May 13th this year will be 91 days before her first child's first birthday. So again, King Charles, it's not, the Super Bowl was 91 days after King Charles' birthday, 91 days before Rihanna's baby's first birthday.
Span of 91 days for
King
Rihanna,
Charles.
right? Because it's actually 90 days before May 13th, but a span of 91 days.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Span. Both of them are spans.
And that makes a lot of sense too, because birth and England both equal 57. The Queen died on the first day of the season, so it's probably part of the birth too. The new leader of England.
Charles III equals 57, also, and he was also another thing I realized too was all these 91s is that the Queen died in Balmoral Castle, which equals 91. The Super Bowl was held near Phoenix, which equals 91. Patrick Mahomes was the MVP, and in reverse single reduction equals 91. And again, King Charles III equals 91. It's just clear that it was, and I mean, the team that won was KC, King Charles, KC. So, I mean, I just felt like it was really clear what they did with that. I mean, there was a lot of other things connected too, but I mean, I just thought that was really clear what they did, so.
Yeah, great research. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Zach.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that's definitely a big piece of it. 734, you're on.
Hey, what's up, Zach? How you doing, man?
Doing all right.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep this quick because I know the show's about to end. So I'll just add on. I was going to talk about something else, but I'll just talk about something different. So I will add on to that one female caller. She was talking about the Marvel Studios Disney predictive programming. So there's a new movie coming out tomorrow by Marvel called Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, and it kind of ties into that one caller that was talking about quantum technology. This movie is all about that technology going into a different realm. I talked about this the last time. The villain in this movie is this actor, dude. He is in this upgrade. I talked about this the last time, but he's in a lot of movies this year where he plays the villain. He plays the villain in this movie, and he plays the villain in Creed 3. And we talked about the last time how his name is, his birthday, I believe, is 79, like villain, 79. And so that's the trend now. And he's African American, and the whole trend nowadays, a lot of people are sexualizing him because, like, he got in a lot of ripped shape for these roles. For Creed 3, which is the boxing Rocky movie, they showed a commercial of it at the Super Bowl. And then Quantumania is the new Marvel movie that comes out tomorrow. And so, yeah, he's playing the villain, and that's the trend, you know, to make black people the villain in society. And then also more predictive programming. Marvel has like 50 projects coming out in the next 2 years. You want to know what the title of the next Captain America movie is?
What is it?
Captain America New World Order. You cannot get more obvious than that. It's called Captain America. You know who's the new Captain America? A black man. Anthony Mackie. He's another black actor. They passed on the torch from a white man, Chris Evans. Chris Evans was the original actor to play Captain America.
He was in that recent movie where he was like a cyborg man too, where they had the 56s all over. It was about drones. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so a lot of predictive programming with Marvel. I mean, Avengers Endgame is literally the Book of Revelation in a comic book movie. But they like to wrap it and say, oh, no, it's just a superhero movie. Like, no. Like, I'm not too deep into the whole Christian stuff because I'm kind of like you. I'm kind of tired of the whole Jesus thing, even though I'm a Christian. Like, I think Jesus is our Savior, but I'm not going to get into deep into all that. But there's a lot of Christian channels that do a lot of really good breakdowns on movies and stuff. And I was just going to advise you should do more movie breakdowns, dude. I saw you did that Last of Us video, and I was super happy because that's the type of stuff that I watch.
All right, man.
All right, see you, man.
Appreciate it. That's the end of the show, everybody. Have a good night. Okay, that's the end of the show for TFR, but it's not the end of the show for us just yet. And, yeah, I was just thinking about something today. This guy, you know, he cut me off, and then after he cut me off, he went into how, you know, before he found Jesus, he was researching the occult, and he was trying to learn about like the Saturnian orders, and then from reading about that, he started to connect more with the occult, and he thought he was going to the dark side. So, you know, he thinks it's wrong to even research the occult, and you should just connect with Jesus and be in harmony with Jesus and just focus on your family with Jesus. And I was just like, listen to what this guy, I mean, like, God, it's like, I've heard so many Christians say similar things. It's like, are you guys just like so weak spiritually? So like what, you research what the oppressor is doing, you know, the evil occultists, and you get sucked in. You don't have enough like fortitude to just research without feeling like you're becoming a part of the darkness. Like, I can't relate with how weak these people are. And like, to me, it's not representative of a good if that's your spirituality and you're so weak, then maybe your spirituality's wrong. Maybe that's not the true spirituality. Maybe it's part of the darkness if you're sucked in so easily. But yeah, I mean, these people are idiots. At the same time, what's annoying is just like watching money pour in when they're like trash talking you. It's just like, this is what people value? Okay, like I'm showing you like through hard research and a decade's worth of evidence of what's being done to destroy society, and your retort is, I don't care. I don't want to know about this occult stuff. I'm just content over here with Jesus. It's like, again, if Jesus wasn't part of our culture, we'd recognize this as mental illness. Truly. We'd recognize it as mental illness, thinking we have this connection to some entity that's out there. Everything is within. This Jesus externalizes reality. It's just like I was saying the other day. This person prays to Jesus and their prayers are answered. This person prays to Buddha and their prayers are answered. This person prays to Allah and their prayers are answered. What is the commonality here? They're all putting their mind towards something that they want to see happen, and it's manifesting, which is confirming their religious belief, but they all have different religions. So which one's true? Well, the answer is none of them are true. The truth is, whatever Creator gave us, it's within. And there is something about manifesting reality, and you don't have to be a Jesus believer or an Allah believer. All of this is bunk. This is the crap they fed us. You know, turn on Fox News. Billy Graham's on there. Did you know that the Bible is the #1 selling book again this year? It's like, oh, there's the proof it's the truth. Did you know that the Backstreet Boys sold way more records than the bands that are a gazillion times better than them? Oh, let's all get down on our knees for the Backstreet Boys because they sold so many records. It's just, it's maddening. It's maddening. But yeah, it just reminds me of the idiocracy, man. The idiocracy. It's just... So... No, I'm not talking about the last caller. I'm just talking about what happened earlier today with the stream I was on. Yeah, and just, I mean, again, I mean, you take away religion, you remove religion from society, think about how many problems you would solve instantly. Like nearly every war's in the name of religion. Pretty much all of my haters are all religious people that don't like me because I don't believe in Jesus. Here's a big Christian guy, DK Stonewood. What's up? What's up, DK?
Yeah, the Bible's the best-selling book because every motel room that hookers get for the hour has to have one. So it's going to be the bestseller for sure.
It is funny how even these every mega hotel chain has a Bible in the room. So
yeah, so there goes how many millions right there with nobody reading it. Obviously, I know people who have used it to line up their lines on the bedstand with it and stuff. So it has multiple uses, none of which are reading it. I don't have any notes tonight again, but I have some comments I want to make, just stuff that I remember and stuff that was like said during tonight's show. While I'm doing that, can you pull up Vatica Health? I want to get your
Vatica Health, huh?
Just like Vatican without the end at the end.
Well, there's Catholic hospitals all over the nation, so Vatica Health doesn't sound too far off.
And then look at the numbers on the address and everything. I don't know. I just looked at it and it seemed it's like on Alphabet Way or something weird. It just really
Alpharetta, Georgia.
Strange, a little bit. It just looked real strange to me. But the only reason that I brought that up is because I don't know, did anybody ever talk about that the Vatican actually gets its name from like a goddess or whatever, Vatica, who was like a goddess of the underworld, and before they had like Vaticanus and Vaginatus, which was like in Latin, and it ended up meaning vagina. So like the Vatican it is the big vagina of the world if you really want to look at it that way. But so originally before they built the Vatican, that was a cemetery. It was a necropolis, and then Constantine was the one who built a temple known as Vatican Hill, and then after he died, I don't even know how long after, they built the Papal Palace, which, what is that, the Doma Sancti Marte or whatever, and then that later on all is known to us now collectively as the Vatican. So let me get back to what I wanted to say. So I was still thinking about what's going on with the Rihanna thing, and what was up with that whole. Sorry, I'm getting blown up by text messages. If you hear all those crickets, why she was wearing the red and those guys wearing those like white Michelin Man outfits around her, which I don't know. I'm thinking maybe that could be, like the balloon they said they shot down, and a Chinese red China, and she's wearing red. She it kind of looked like the Japan flag. So, with the red circle with all the white around it, which also kind of like the English flag, which is the red cross with the white around it. Not the British flag, the blue one with the, the stuff that's on the Mini Cooper cars or whatever. Not that flag, but the actual English flag. It looks just like the logo for the Red Cross. So I'm still wondering if that was just like all about the balloon or what the heck's going on. And then now they're talking about, are these UFOs? Are they like from, are they from Earth? Or are they from China? What's going on? So I just want to kind of give a little bit of a roundabout thing from stuff that I've had, even presentations on going back 10 years, but stuff that I was researching, like going back as far as junior high. So towards the end of the 1800s, the group, the occult group, which would later kind of be known as the Nazis and the SS, because there was like a political side of that and then an occult side of that, which was like, you had the Tool Society, Anunnaki, and then later on the Vril Society was merged with the Tool Society, basically. But these were like occult research groups that were interested in ancient technologies. So this is why in the Indiana Jones movies, you see Indiana Jones is looking around the world for all these, devices like the Ark of the Covenant and things that are, worth a lot, whether monetarily or just, culturally. And he was always being chased by Nazis, and then they would steal it from him when he would get it. So this is what the Nazis were actually doing. There's tons of photos still all over the internet, like Nazis in the late 1800s, early 1900s, like in Tibetan monasteries with a bunch of bald monks, and you just see a bunch of Nazis, like, with their machine guns and stuff, and they would just get all their scrolls, have the monks translate them all, and, they really were interested in some of this weaponry that's talked about in these ancient texts, such as like the anti-gravity Vimana in the Vedic text, which is in the Vimanika Shastra, which is basically like a flight manual. It tells you how to build a anti-gravity or levitating craft and how to fly it around. So they really, they wanted to know more about all this stuff. So they went to the areas where it actually was, all over India, all over China and everything, and they found a lot of this shit. And they found, and there was also, stuff in the ancient texts about, openings to subterranean cavern systems and tunnel systems where, beings that are from before the flood are still living, and they went looking for a lot of that stuff, and they found some of that too. So in their searches with all this stuff, they were kind of competing on the side, because Nikola Tesla had, like, in 1905, he had a working prototype of what we now call like a flying saucer. It was a disc-shaped anti-gravity, object that he was, flying like without unmanned, like a drone, and the Nazis were following him around too. They wanted to know if he had anything better than what they already had. So I can't remember exactly what date it was, but the Nazis were looking around Antarctica, and they found an old abandoned, base that had been abandoned for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and they wondered who could have built it out or whatever. And the beings who did build it out ended up making contact with them through a guy named Karl Hausover, who was like, way above like Hitler. He was working with guys like Hans Kammler and Heinrich Himmler, who were actually running the Nazi empire, and Hitler was just kind of like a puppet like Trump. They would just pump him up on meth and let him give speeches and stuff. So they made contact through Karl Hausover and told the Nazis, yeah, you could take over this base. Maybe we'll help you with some technology too, blah, blah, blah. So the Nazis started occupying that base. There's still videos all over the internet in Russian. The Russians were out there filming them. And I mean, it's not like uncommon. It was in the news. They said, we've secured a new base called New Schwabenland. And, it's in Antarctica, and they were just bringing all their U-boats over there and barges with all kinds of I-beams and just all kinds of construction material for months and months and months. Then sometime after that, you had the Admiral Byrd popular thing called Operation High Jump, where he went to investigate what the Nazis had over there. And then the reports from that were from some of the servicemen that came back. They were like, they were shooting down our planes, with stuff we couldn't see. Our planes appeared to be hitting invisible walls in the air and just crashing down into the ocean. They sunk couple of our ships just without anything. They just sucked the ship underwater, just right where it was, with all the men still on the deck. So they crumbled our planes that were on the aircraft carrier that were unmanned, just sitting there parked like they were just aluminum cans. They were just crumbling. We had no idea what was going on. So they were just using like different torsion field weapons and microwave weaponry on them. And that was the report that was like, I believe the second trip, that Operation High Jump, for them going to check out Antarctica. And from my understanding and all my research, my opinion on it, the whole overall is there was still some decent people within the U.S. government during that time, and they were there was a big changeover happening there because of all the Operation Paperclip, coming in, and the Nazis that set up the OSS and morphed it into the CIA were kind of calling the shots. So some of these people that were actually like what you would call like real Americans, they're like, wait, what the fuck is going on? So they were the ones who organized the Operation High Jump because they were getting like threats that the Nazis were going to take over all the intelligence agent, which they already had. And then since they sent that group, which was just a whole military fleet, which was claimed as a science expedition, who sends a bunch of destroyers and a bunch of military, just a military attack fleet to go on a science expedition. And then to answer that, to the final like threat, or the final, which you would call like where they made them like put up the white flag, these people who were, I guess, decent people in the American government, was that flyover in 1952 that you mentioned, and there's video of on the internet, where there's like 9 UFOs over the White House, and that was like the final like, hey, listen, we'll whoop your fucking ass, dude. Just fucking stand down. We're taking over. Like we have the technology. You have no chance. So, from my understanding and all my research, that's what happened there. Those were just Nazi UFOs, which they already had. I got tons of pictures of them still. Some really old that still had like cannons on them from ships. And then as they got newer, the weaponry got more advanced, where it was they weren't shooting like projectiles anymore. They were using like microwaves and such, and like basically gravity bombs, where they could just suck a whole ship under the water right where it's sitting, just pull it down. And if you happen to be on the deck and you end up swimming, you're okay. If you're inside the ship, you're done. So that's my understanding of what like actually really happened, that the Nazis gained a lot of advanced technology from the late 1800s to about the 1940s or so, mid 40s. And then, I mean, it's even advanced since then, but they were pretty much all set up already by that time with, they could leave Earth's gravity, they could fly, like Admiral Byrd said, they have things that can fly pole to pole in minutes, if not seconds. So I think that's what, I don't know how this stuff relates now to all this. I have to look at the exact day that Operation High Jump happened. Or maybe it was during this time too. Who knows? Where we're having all these things getting shot down now for the last 2-3 weeks. I think Operation High Jump lasted all of 2-3 weeks. So I got to still look at that. What were you saying about what's wrong with I'm gonna switch gears here. What were you saying? What was wrong with the avocados from Peru?
Oh, I just say my dad's wife. She says not to get avocados from Peru. She says only get them if they're from Mexico.
What's going on with the produce from Peru? Everything here in Southern California is from Mexico, but
She just says Peru avocados aren't that good. Mexican avocados are a lot better. That's just her thought.
I'm just wondering, because they're having a shitload of problems down there, the Peruvian farmers, with the government. So I was just wondering if she had some kind of backdoor info on that. And then also, did that guy threaten you? That guy threatened he was going to kill you, the Gary guy? Is that the same guy that's threatening Itachi and putting pictures of his house online and stuff?
I don't even pay attention to most of the crap that Gary posts, but he's not going to do anything. So.
Yeah, I know. You think we should be like filing charges on these people? I mean, they're like this is like what they're doing is actually against the law. You can't do stuff like that. Not to mention it's all online for people to see. I mean, personally, any fake Jews threaten me and want to come over, I would gladly wait for them to show up, and then I would spill their teeth on the sidewalk and put it in a little Ziploc bag and hand it to them. Say, off you go now to see the dentist. Go see a Jewish one too. Maybe they'll give you a good deal. So yeah, that's ridiculous. Did you see that photo that you put up about the Greek and U.S. military doing that exercise? Can you pull that photo back up?
Yeah.
Remember, this is a long time ago. I don't know. This may have been when I first started calling. it was a meeting, I think, at the World Economic Forum, and it was where Trump was sitting, and in front of him were 5 flags on one side, 6 flags on the other, and then in the middle there was like the World Economic Forum or something flag and the U.S. flag, which were set like in the foreground. Now, you see those guys standing there in the military exercise. There's 5 guys on one side, then there's 6 that are like, you know, where they're like guys standing behind them. And so they're standing in an arrangement of 56 as well. And you know, I'm starting to notice a lot of these things. They put the CIA, they always have like 9 guys on one side and 11 on the other, and then in the center they'll have a podium.
Yeah, good observation. That's interesting.
So, yeah, I can't really remember now. I had a couple more things I wanted to say, but I can't remember. And then I don't have any notes, so I can't even reflect back for what I wanted to say for the week. But I guess that's enough anyways.
All right. Appreciate it, DK.
All right. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
All right. Since I activated the Christians in the chat, who always seem to have really bad listening skills. It's just like they all react the same way. It's like, well, they obviously didn't just listen to what I said. But again, this is my idea of what Christianity has done to people's minds. It's created this this mindset that makes them the perfect sheep to get fleeced by society. And the Bible is full of sheep references. But again, it teaches that people are sinners and that the world is evil, and essentially your responsibility in the world is to believe in Jesus solely, believe that there was a Son of God who walked the earth, who was crucified for your sins because you're a bad person and the world's an evil place, and that's how you'll be saved. And a lot of Christians, they don't think that they need to do anything in this world besides believe. You know, they're a sinner, they're already banned, the world's banned, and D26 is calling in. What's up, D26? D26.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I had to call in today because today marks my anniversary of my first call on your show.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah, it was February 16, 2022. So I got a few fines for you. I got a couple of fines for you. And this is interesting because I wrote as a comment in the last video that I'm working on the script for my next video, which is about 2611. And it's taking me forever because every week I'm finding something new. And just yesterday, day before yesterday, I was doing some research and I came across something which is indirectly related to 9/11. And then I dig more into that. So I'm talking about the 102nd Intelligence Wing of the United States Air Force. Can you bring up that page if you don't mind? Or if it's getting late, then I can just talk about that in our next live stream.
I'm actually charging my mouse right now because I just got the notification that the battery's dead. But tell us about it. I'm listening.
Okay, so I was just making this notes live before your call while Lee was talking about it. So this is an intelligence wing under the Massachusetts National Guard. It comes under the United States Air Force as a whole. So it was created.
What's the number again? What can you say the name of it again?
It's the 102nd Intelligence Wing. That's it. It's 102nd IW.
Okay.
So it was activated in 1946. Note that because it was created 43 days before Bush was born. And it is related to September 11. I will just come to that in a while. So it was created in 1946 on 24th of May, 144th day of the year, at Logan International Airport in Boston. And it stayed there until 1968. And then it was moved to Otis Air Force Base in 1968, as I said, and in 68 is the year which everything began related to 9/11. And it was deployed during the September 11 attacks. The first Air Force craft that was deployed was from a 102nd Fighter Wing. So it was from this group, the 102nd Intelligence Wing, that the first United States Air Force aircraft was deployed over New York for a surveillance exercise, something like that. But they arrived too late to stop the attacks. That is what the excuse that they have given on the Wikipedia page, as well as some of the news articles, I guess. So they have a relation with the September 11 attacks, a direct relation, because they were the first U.S. aircraft to be deployed over New York, and they arrived too late. So key point to notice is that it is the 102nd Fighter Wing. The attacks last for 102nd, and their motto is, in Latin, it is called Omnis Vi Tigris. That equates to 201, and that is basically that means in English, everyone a tiger. So again, the tiger symbolism remains throughout history as well, which you mentioned last year all about, because it was the Chinese year of the tiger last year. And other thing about that, so as I said, that was activated at Logan International Airport in Boston, and it was moved to Otis Air Base. So if you write Otis Air National Guard Base, that equates to 102. Like the intelligence wing, which is the number, designated number is the 102. And the attacks lasted for 102 days. 102 minutes, sorry. And the other thing about 9/11 in a very far off way. So talking about Yale. So if you could just bring up the Yale. The mouse is not working. So you know that the old logo of Yale University, or should I say the Yale College, they have an open book, and there are inscriptions in Hebrew, right?
Okay.
And so if you just take those Hebrew inscriptions, that equates to 201. If you translate that Hebrew inscription, that means Urim and Thummim. I just don't know how to pronounce that. Did you know about this?
I didn't know this. No.
So you know what? I'll just share you the link, because I might not know how to pronounce it. It's basically a Hebrew word that is being translated in transliteration into English. I'm just sharing that word to you. Where should I share it to you? Because your mouse is not working. How can I share it to you?
Can you post it on your Twitter page?
Oh yeah, I can do that. Hold on.
The mouse is charging. I'm just letting it charge up for a second, but I mean, it's been on. I probably had it. How long you been on the phone for? You've been on for 6 minutes, so it's been charging for 6 minutes. So it'll probably work if I unplug it and start to use it again.
Okay. I'm sharing it to you on DMs. Sharing you the photo.
Okay. Here, let me.
I'm sharing you the link as well as the photo. So.
I just got a notification for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where is it? It's a 4-on-4 match with the Jesuit order, and this is kind of insane, because that has been the cover of Yale University for, I guess, how many years? For more than 100 years? For 300 years, I would say. It is on the coat of arms of the university. It's a device on the seal, a book bearing the Hebrew phrase, something written in Hebrew, which when translated in English sums to 201.
Yeah, very good. Great find. The master of finding the 201s, D26.
And it reminds me of the first Jesuit university, which has the motto of 2 into 1, which sums to 56.
Yeah, very good.
And probably going to go live tonight. For me, it's morning over here. I might go live tonight, marking the 1 year anniversary of me in this community, which I'm been grateful to this community.
Yeah, you've done great things for the community. We're glad you came, D26. Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank you for picking up my call and welcoming me with open arms. So I'm just going to take this time because I also need to have my breakfast. So thanks for picking up my call. I know it's late over there. I don't know if the daylight saving time is still there or not, but I will probably call you in a next stream. Probably if you want to join in my live stream, do let me know. I will be going live tonight, which would be about 8 or 8:30 Thursday morning for people on the West Coast, which is for you, yeah.
Okay, and how long will you be live for?
I will be live for probably an hour or 90 minutes because next day I need to go early morning for a movie show.
Okay.
That's why.
All right.
I'll be there for you. For your time, it would be around 10 o'clock or 10:30. That would be the max I'll be going.
Okay. All right. I'll definitely tune in tomorrow. I don't know if I want to interrupt you. It might just be better if it's just your stream.
No, it's all right. I'll probably just keep it open for anyone else. I'll just see that because I might go live if I'm going on StreamYard or something like that. That will be like, they have a timer on that. So if you have a free account, they have a timer like 40 minutes, whether it's StreamYard or Zoom or something like that. So I'll see if I'm keeping the line open for anyone else to call in. Not sure about that, but if you want, you can. You're always welcome. And it's not only you, it's anyone in the community who you want to join.
All right. Sounds good, D26.
And see ya. And that's it. That's it. I'll just end it over here.
All right, buddy.
Thanks for picking up my call.
Yeah, you have a good day.
Yeah, take care.
All right, take care.
You too. Good night.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, that's a great find. And don't forget, Paul Walker, his movie about Skull and Bones, came out 201 days from his birthday. And he died 5 years to the day of George Herbert Walker Bush, who was in Skull and Bones. But yeah, D26, he digs up the 201s like no other. So, I lost the one I had up. Oh, there it is. But yeah, again, I mean, I do think this is the most important part of the Christian scriptures. Because, I mean, it boils down what Christianity is. I swear to God, if we got rid of religion, we'd be able to overthrow the tyranny. And, I mean, there's other things competing too besides religion, but religion's a big one. Religion just keeps people parked, waiting to be saved. I mean, it's a shitty worldview what Christianity sells you. You're bad. The world's evil. It's ruled over by evil. And then you're like, yeah, well, I look around. The world is evil. Who do you think gave you this religion to accept the world as evil and to make you think you're bad? Any normal human thoughts you have are bad. Ooh, did you have an inappropriate thought about that girl? You are an evil sinner. It's like, wait a minute. I didn't make myself this way. It's just, the whole religion is total bullshit. And you just talk to Christians, you see how they're like a brainwashed hive mind. What? You deny God? I said I deny your religion. Did you hear the part I said about Creator? How Creator gave us the skills within, the feelings and knowledge and everything we needed within? Did you not hear that part? What do you mean, Creator? I need to hear the name Jesus. Do you understand that his name wasn't Jesus? Do you know who made the name Jesus? The same evil oppressive force that gave you the book and the worldview so you'd be their good little slave. You know? What's that rapper's name for De La Soul who they just sacrificed for their Super Bowl? True Goy? True Goy. Yeah, what the person just said about religion being a stepping stone, yeah, I can accept that because, I mean, I would say that's exactly what religion was for me. And then as a child, I was ready to graduate from religion. You know, I was age 12 when I realized this is a bunch of bullshit. You know how I knew it was bullshit? Because I had a mind given to me by Creator, and I realized things in the book didn't make any sense, and then I was at confirmation class, and I was asking my elders, what about this? What about this? What about this? And you know what they were doing? They were getting mad. They didn't have the answer, but they didn't like that I was questioning these things. Why can't you be like the other good kids in the class, Zach, and go along and not question? Like, well, these other good kids aren't good kids. You should see what they do outside of Sunday school here, this confirmation class. These are not good kids. Trust me, I go to school with them. I know all about them. Exactly. Religion. Retard. Keeping people in an infantile state. When's Daddy gonna come save me? I'm just waiting for Daddy Jesus to come save me. Daddy Jesus is gonna be here any day to save us all. Yeah, Sweet Lady was watching that show, The 100. It definitely has a it definitely has a huge religion bent to it. So, but yeah, it's just, I just get annoyed just at where society is because anytime I go on that moron show, it's just like, God, seems like the only people that have the money are the religious people. Yeah, and then all the Christians that hate Jews, it's like that doesn't make any sense. Jesus was a Jew; he's from Judea. I played that clip of that rabbi. I played that clip over a year ago, but the rabbi talking about how the Christians just came and glued their New Testament on the back of the Old Testament and wrote on the coattails of their religion, and that's true too. So. All I'm trying to do is to get people to get over religion. Religion is the thing that has humanity stuck where it is. The religion has to go first. Once the religion goes, the government will go as well. All these things need to go. The moron who I'm talking about, whose show I went on, he preaches that it's insane to be opposed to the idea of authority. He's like, if you're against authority, then that means there can't be a father in the household. It's like, okay, moron, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about other men being able to put on a costume and say they make the rules, play by their rules, or you go in the cage. That's what we're talking about. A natural relationship with authority, like you're the father of your child, is not the same as another man who's like you, wears his costume and says that he's your representative, and this one's a judge, and this one's the guy who holds the keys to the jail cell. None of these authorities should exist. Yeah, that's true. Exodus 21, the 10 Commandments. Yeah, that's it. That's a huge part of the 201 because Jewish mysticism in itself in Gematria equals 201. Okay. Anyway, here, let me say thank you to the super chatters real quick and then wrap it up. And actually, let's check in. Have we heard back from Jay with Open Eyes? Has he responded? Hopefully he's doing better. Maybe he finally got a good night's rest. Let me see. Did he respond today? Well, let's hope Jay with Open Eyes is doing better. Doesn't look like he responded. All right, D2689 said, nice work, Zach. Admire your work. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bamboo Soldier said, for Organic Food Fund. I appreciate that, Bamboo Soldier. Payday Nolan. Look out for Charlie Peep Game Fam. Who is Charlie? Look out for the Charlie. It's like Vietnam. All right. I have to figure out what he's talking about. Look out for Charlie. Rest in Gematria. Chipped in a big $10. Thank you. Itachi Decodes said Blazers money line can become 113, 126 versus LA since Kobe's death. Let's see. Did Itachi hit it? My favorite thing in the NBA has just been riding this Jordan parallel. Lakers got the W tonight. I'm not sure if they did become let's see. Blazers record including playoffs since January 26, 2020. Maybe he did it without the playoffs? Maybe that was regular season record he was talking about. Well, they came into the game 113 and 126 in the regular season, then they fell to 113 and 127. So maybe the stat was a hair off. Or no, I'm tripping. What am I talking about? Maybe it's tomorrow's game. Wait a minute. I'm still so confused. Their record's already this. What did Itachi write? Blazers money line. They're not even playing tonight. Can become 113, 126 versus LA. They played the Pelicans tonight. I am so confused. Itachi, I am so confused. Defensive touchdown. Yeah, that was a great call. Fordham Rams become 21-5 on 215. Those Jesuit schools, man. The Jesuit schools in college basketball are my favorite, man. We killed with the Jesuit schools the weekend of Saturnalia. I haven't been looking at college basketball much at all this year, but Saturnalia, Jesuit schools were smashing for us. Just knowing the Saturn numbers. Congrats to the winner. Said, did you cover the El Paso shooter? Again, El Paso 23. Here we are in 2023. The 2019 El Paso shooter. It was the headline last week that he just pleaded guilty to 23 murders. And then I saw in the story. Let me see if this is the same story. I was looking at one of the... Yeah, right here. Look how they got a show that where tonight's shooting is right next to where the other shooting was. It's like in the same mega parking lot. It's such mockery, man. And the name of that mall, Cielo Vista Mall. Do I have a calculator somewhere? Cielo Vista, not meaning mall. What am I doing? I want the calculator. Cielo Vista Mall. 153.54 stands out, right? Jesuit order, 153, 154. And then that 225, that number shows up a lot too. That's that Great Tribulation number. First caught onto that with the massive 225 George Floyd ritual. But there's your Society of Jesus. Again, right? They have to make the world the way that they've trained the minds of their believers, right? The world is full of evil. World's full of evil. It's a dark, evil place. So they got to keep manufacturing the evil. I mean, think about it. It's like maintenance, right? These people are all about controlling populaces. So they give them a book to control their belief systems, their understanding of the world, the first printed book, the technology of the times, the printing press to mass print the book full of numbers and beliefs and teachings. Like, be a good slave. Here's one of those teachings in the mass printed book. This is the book of God right here. Oh my God. Slaves, obey your earthly masters. Okay, God. Isn't it just so obvious? I mean, these people are advanced. They're smart, they're clever, they're advanced, they have the technology, they are always figuring out the ways to get out their message to as many people as possible, to control as many people as possible. And now that they have that, now it's like, well, now we gotta make sure the world is full of evil. We got to constantly be pumping evil. We got to control the news and make sure the news is full of darkness and negativity. We got to condition people to only respond to darkness and negativity. Because there is an element of truth to that, right? Put a nice thing in the news, a nice story, like nobody cares. Nobody cares. You know, put some negative stuff out there, it draws people right in. So, anyhow. Jackie Mathjew from MSU. I didn't see that one. I did not see that one, actually. Perfect Gematria Decode says they played the Lakers on the 13th and hit 113, 126. Oh, okay. He's talking about things in the past. Okay, he's talking about the past. And Rest in Gematria chipped in out of 5. You didn't have to do that, Rest in Gematria. I see you donating a lot lately. But thank you. Amy's got a new post. Let me get it up here. "46th day of the year, of course. Yeah, El Paso, Texas. El Paso alone's 23, like the year. But yeah, El Paso, Texas, definitely 38, like death, murder, killing, RIP. And all right, the coordinates fit in. 4 people were shot. Robert Gomez goes with the location. More Jesuit encoding. Yeah, I mean, and you just see how it works too. It's just so annoying. It's just like, especially for a town of El Paso, right? Like, you live in the town, it's more immediate. Just last week, they're like, man, because it's just been brought back up, right? They just bring it back up because now the shooter's pleading guilty to killing 23 to start 2023, and then next thing you know, in the next parking lot over, right after, another shooting. And the only thing I'm surprised about by this is that they didn't report 2 dead, 3 injured. But maybe they will by tomorrow. Maybe another person will die in the headlines tomorrow. So maybe one of the shooters will shoot himself in the jail cell again. Okay. All right, D26. Have a good day. Tavo Cash, like, I just get annoyed when people ask, do you believe in God? Do you believe in God? It's just like, did you just listen to what I said? I said there's a creator, right? Whatever creator is gave us the faculties within to know what's right and wrong, you know, to have a sense of purpose, identity. It's all internal. Like, God doesn't write books. Whatever created this world, you know, gave us the tools within. And Anytime Pennsylvania is involved in the sports championships, there's always big train crashes in the news. Been talking about it for almost a decade. In this case, it's synced up with the movie White Noise. That's what I was going to look at next, Amy, was the mayor and the governor. Here, mayor of El Paso. Let's see. Oscar Leeser, 64 years old. May 7th birthday. Born on the 127th day. Today's the 46th day, so it's 81 days before his birthday. Ritual number. He's a lifelonger from El Paso. Went to high school there. What's the governor of... Why can I not think of his name right now? He's Mr. 223, the governor of Texas. Greg Abbott, that's who it is. November 13th birthday, so 48 days left in the year. So it's 94 days after his birthday or his 95th day of his age. Old Jesuits in 95. But yeah, what a joke, man. All of these shootings are a joke. Oh, I didn't go through the whole post. Let me see. Yeah. Greg Abbott's got even more 223s in his name in the other ciphers. Okay, 94 days from his birthday. El Paso's 94. Good catch. You know what else is 94? Roman Catholic Church. And Catholic's 46 to go with the 46th day of the year. All right, yeah, nice work, nice work. It's 170 days before the anniversary of the shooting. Wow, good one. They targeted Latinos who are predominantly Catholic. Right after the August 3rd, 2019 shooting, there was a shooting, I want to say it was in Ohio, right after another big one. It went from the August 3rd shooting to a town that equaled 83, if I remember right. I forget what it was, though, now. Great work, Amy. Again, if you guys don't know Amy's website, cracktheircode.org. She's doing great work all the time. And oh, Emmett Smith's father died, huh? Yeah, good work. 67 days before his draft anniversary, go figure, on the 46th day of the year. All right, nice work, Amy. Okay, yeah, just checking out the chat. Yeah, about prayer. Again, prayer's kind of like manifesting, right? You're putting your mind towards something. A lot of times, you're asking for God to help you out with something, or to help overcome a problem, or solve a problem, or imagine how many people are asking God, to help them with their problems. But when you're doing that, you're putting your mind towards what problem you want solved. And again, it's probably a lot more likely to get solved if you put some actual energy towards solving the problem. And again, if you have the right frame of mind, you're putting out the right energy into the world, you have the right intentions, it might very well, that prayer might be answered. But is that proof that Jesus is real? No. In the same way, it's not proof that Allah is real or Buddha is real or any of these other spiritual figures that people worship. Again, it's about, you have to look at the overall pattern and say, how can this be working with all these different spiritual beliefs? It's something that all of us have, no matter what the spiritual belief is. I mean, these things, if people had more intelligence, it would just knock out their religious dogma in a second. Religion is false. It's so obviously false. And for all the Christian haters that I have, who like everything about me except for that I don't agree with them about Jesus or the earth's flat, again, these are dumb people too. They're too caught up in their ego. That's why they need the other person to be the exact same as them. I don't care what people's spiritual beliefs are, as long as they're not, I don't care if you're a Christian or whatever, unless you're using your religion as this thing that gives you some, how do I put it? A lot of Christians think they're better than everybody else because of their spiritual beliefs. They think everybody else that's not like them is bad. That's when it becomes a problem. Then you have other people in this community who are Christians who aren't like that. I don't care. They don't bother me. If every Christian was like that, and honestly, I mean, you don't really see any Islamic people or Buddhists or anyone else harassing the community. It's just it's the really shitty Christian people, and there's a lot of them. That's why the bumper sticker exists, Jesus, save me from your followers. There's a reason that bumper sticker was made before I was even alive. There's a lot of really shitty Christians. They're the most annoying people, I remember it was my cousin's birthday years ago, and I was getting out of my car at her house, and I was going over for her birthday, and there was a Jesus salesman walking down the street, and he stopped me, and he had his brochure, and I was listening to him for a while, and he's like, so what do you think? You want to come to our church? And I said, not really. I said, I support what you do, but I'm not going to come to your church because I used to be in the church, and I left the church when I was 12, and I've been better off for it. And he's like, how's that possible? I said, well, I live a life of purpose. I live a life of service. I mean, I said, I learned a lot of good things from the church, but I just realized that religion was empty. And I said, now I'm an educator, and I volunteer in a group home and a teen homeless shelter. And he's like, well, you can do all that, but it doesn't matter if you're not about Jesus. He's getting all mad on the street. And I was like, well, I said, I don't know about that. I said, people do good things in the world. I think that's more important than believing in some story. You should see how mad this guy was. But at the same time, I was like, I mean, that's what's wrong with religious people. It's like, he doesn't respect that. You just met somebody who's doing a good thing, but now that you find out that they're not about Jesus, now you're acting like they're a bad person. Meanwhile, none of us have seen Jesus. We just learned about him in this story over here. Again, to all of us, Jesus is no more real than Where's Waldo or any other character in a book. You read Kurt Vonnegut, he's no more real than Kilgore Trout. Kilgore Trout's the recurring character in all of Kurt Vonnegut's books. These are people in a book. These are stories in a book. They don't exist outside of the book. There's no proof that any of these people have ever existed outside of any of these stories. Where's Waldo, Jesus, Kilgore Trout, none of them. They all exist in the book, and that's where they exist. And just because the Bible's been the most printed and widespread book, and it's in every, nightstand at every hotel, doesn't mean. Yeah, again, I mean, exactly. I mean, just Christians, they're a nuisance the majority of the time. They're irritating people. All they care about is that you believe the same thing as them. That's the only thing that's good to them. Again, I mean, just Christians, they're a nuisance the majority of the time. They're irritating people. All they care about is that you believe the same thing as them. That's all. That's the only thing that's good to them. You're actually a good person that does good things. That doesn't mean anything to them if you don't have the same Jesus belief. Yeah, and again, that's why when I learned Gematria, and I was like, look at that. Jesus and Lucifer have the exact same Gematria value. That is interesting. That is really interesting that Jesus and Lucifer have the same Gematria value. Because it starts to make sense, because most of the Christians I know have just been really bad people. They suck. Period. And I mean, how many times have I opened up the call-in line for Christians? Do they ever call in and make a logical point that sounds intelligent, a good argument? No. They kind of sound dumb, overwhelmingly dumb, which makes sense. I mean, it's a pretty dumb story, Christianity. It literally is the dumbest story out of all the spiritualities that I'm aware of. God sacrificed his son for your sins. It's like, what kind of God is that? Doesn't sound right. And then you go to church and you eat his body and drink his blood on the weekend. I mean, that's also creepy. Christianity, when you break it down, it's a pretty creepy religion. Jesus is, around a naked boy. What's that story about? Is that like the story that the Catholic Church stuck in there for their child raping justification? I mean, what is that part of the Christian teaching? Jesus with the unclothed child. What's that about? I seriously, all I can think of as an adult is they must have stuck that in there to justify their child raping behavior at the Catholic Church. Yeah, exactly. Christianity's all fear-based. All fear-based. As a child, believe or you will be punished. Believe or else. And again, in my household, my dad was not about the government. My dad was not about religion. My dad was, just about working hard and being nice to people and not making waves. And my mom, she was all about government and politics and religion and not very nice and just causing problems with everybody and just being so argumentative about you got to vote Democrat or else, you got to be a Christian or else, just all caught up in the madness. And yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, if there really is a heaven and a hell, I'm pretty sure between my two parents, the one that would make it into heaven is my dad, the non-believer. I can't imagine it'd be the other way around. My mom's gone through life just making hell for everybody. Most people like my dad, so. Isn't the earth hell? So again, that's the point though. Yeah, that's the Christian teaching, right? That the world's evil and bad, but is the earth really that bad? I mean, if you go out into nature, right? Beautiful nature. I mean, for some of those little critters, it's bad, right? I mean, there is a, big fish eats smaller fish. I mean, that is part of this world too. It's predatory in a way, but at the same time, I mean, there's a lot of beauty in the world, So, beautiful sunny day. Doesn't feel like you're in hell. You can tell Blake, who types in all caps, is a real smart guy. It's the New Testament. Yeah, Blake, I'm smart enough to realize that the New Testament begins with Matthew, and it begins with 42 generations to Jesus, and this number cult that gave us this book full of numbers where the fourth book is called Numbers, that in their little Kabbalistic code, New Testament equals 42, and math equals 42, and Matthew equals 27, like the 27 chapters. I mean, read the beginning of the New Testament, you just feel dumb. It's what are these names? Here, have you guys ever read the beginning of the New Testament? Seems real important. Seems like good use of my time right here. This is the genealogy of the Jesus the Messiah, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham was the father of Isaac, Isaac the father of Jacob, Jacob the father of Judah and his brothers, Judah the father of Perez and Zerah, whose mother was Tamar, Perez the father of Hezron, Hezron the father of Ram, Ram the father of Amminadab, Amminadab the father of Naasson, Naasson the father of Salmon. I mean, it's just like, what am I doing? God. God didn't write this. Some psychopaths did. Whole thing's encoded. Rico Suave says God and Satan are definitely real. Well, remember, God and Satan have the same gematria. But yeah, good and evil is a real thing. Good and evil is a real thing. And it does feel that this earth is a test. You know, I'm not saying there's not an afterlife and we won't be judged for what we did on this earth in the time we're here. I'm not saying any of that's false. I'm also saying not any of that's true. I don't know. But because I don't know, it's also part of the reason I try to live a righteous life. And again, you put me in a room of 1,000 Christians, I'd be surprised if any of the 1,000 Christians in the room have lived a more dedicated life of service than I have. You might think that's an arrogant statement, but let's put me in the room with 1,000 Christians and let's find out. I know I've been putting in my time helping out a lot of people. I've helped out a lot of children, done a lot of volunteer work, done a lot of things, helped out a lot of people. Most Christians I know, they haven't done anything. They haven't done anything. All they do is believe in their little story and think it makes them holier than thou. So, exactly. Just because something's widely believed doesn't mean it's accurate. 1,000,000%. Look at all the people in our nation that just believe all the nonsense. The majority of the country believes the official story of 9/11. Does the official story of 9/11, does that mean it's true? A man in a cave did it? The majority of people believe that. Must be true. Yeah. Anyway, we'll leave it there for tonight, you guys. Have a good rest of your evening, or if you're where D26 is, have a good day. And yeah, government is religion. And don't forget, the government of Europe was the Catholic Church before even government existed. Remember when the Pope came to town? It was like the moment. Everything stopped for the Pope. The Roman architecture never made more sense. Right, a man in a cave on kidney dialysis, exactly. Exactly, with his AK. All right, Truth Seeker. Till next time.